right, I'm going to call this meeting to order on the 26th of whatever month this is, March, and we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Alrighty. So we are going to begin with a presentation to this Board of Supervisors in the Buckingham Township Police Department. State Representative Tim Brennan got us a wonderful grant, and Kelly, and I'm sorry Kelly, I don't know your last name.
Whitman.
Kelly Whitman from Representative Brennan's office is here to present that, and the chief is here to accept it and explain a little bit about it. And I was talking with Tim Brennan today, and he sends his apologies, but he is in Harrisburg doing the people's business.
Yeah. If I needed to be in front of the microphone or up front?
No. Come on up here.
Thank you.
And talk loud.
I got that. So just wanted to say we're very happy to be here on behalf of Representative Brennan's office tonight. Again, he's very sorry he can't be here himself. He's in Harrisburg. But we did want to be here for sure to commend the Buckingham Township Police as well as the Buckingham Board of Supervisors for their hard work and service to the community. Representative Brennan's priority is always to ensure that our district is getting its fair share of the funding from the state that they're in Harrisburg right now wrangling over. And this is especially true when it comes to supporting our local law enforcement and in making sure that they have the proper equipment that they need to do their job safely and effectively. So with this, we're very glad to be able to support Chief Serrano's request for body cams and secure $170,000 in funding from the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development for this very important tool that will help advance public safety here in Buckingham, both for the police officers and for the residents. So thank you guys for all your hard work, and glad we can get you some cameras.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just add that it is a joint grant from Senator Sanaciro and Representative Brennan. I'm Shannon Sticker from Senator Sanaciro's office. We are always thrilled when we have the opportunity to support our local municipalities and our local government. I'm pleased because I am a Buckingham Township resident, and three of your finest were at our house, not at our house, at my neighbor's house, doing a wellness check on one of my elderly neighbors just last week. So I'm very grateful to the force and everything that you guys do. So please continue to reach out to our offices. It is our pleasure to partner with you and, of course, to partner with the township. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and we appreciate their support. This is a program that's very important to us for our police department as we continue to modernize it, ensure we have the best technology. The Axon system is the one that we're getting. It's going to link in with our in-car cameras that we already have. We're also upgrading to the newest TASER system, and it's a very high cost. All the technology in policing today is very high cost, very expensive, and often difficult for municipalities to foot the entire bill. So getting this support from our state representatives is incredibly important. So we appreciate that. I know our officers are excited to have this newest equipment because we've learned over the years that cameras help us to do our job better. We use it for training, feedback, and even more importantly, it almost 99% of the time exonerates our officers when things are questioned about actions that we take out on the street. So we're really happy to have this, and we want to thank you both for supporting us. So thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And Kelly and Shannon, not only thanking you both for being here tonight, but also, helping when we need to call about anything. And would you please give our thanks to the representative and the senator for helping us with this, if you can personally relay that to them.
Absolutely, and I forgot to mention that we actually do have the commemorative check and everything. And
You can just give me cash. I'm on
and when we can have all of you
Yeah.
and the chief and the senator and the representative there, and we'll
That would
be
be
able to
great.
do a nice little press release
Yeah.
and celebrate it and really share that with the community.
That's great. Thank you so much.
And I will put in a little plug for Representative Brennan. Also, I had the pleasure yesterday of being invited to Harrisburg. I'm the president of a county organization, not from Bucks County Association of Township Officials. And we have legislative priorities. And there was one that we've been working on for years and years and years that came from Plumstead about the responsibility of townships to foot the bill for cemeteries. Not a sexy subject at all. But Representative Brennan got a bill passed. It was his first bill. And yesterday I had the honor of meeting the governor as he signed Representative Brennan's bill. So thank you and your office, the whole staff. That's what makes the world go round.
Thanks for bringing the idea. It's everybody together, so thank you.
Yep.
I'll pass that along for sure.
Yeah. So before we do public comment, I just want to say that we had work session and we had discussions about legal.
Executive.
Executive during the work session, yeah. Legal and personnel. So that was that. So the first thing is public comment. Any comment from the public? I see lots of public. Yeah, and just go to the microphone, and let me just say about this microphone thing. You have to put your mouth up to the microphone. That's just how they work. And otherwise, nobody can hear you. You can take it off.
It should be good. It's my microphone.
How's that? Hi, everybody. My name is Celeste Callahan, 3384 Street Road. I'm the farmhouse that is located in the area that was condemned and suggested for the spray field. If everyone recalls, the spray field that is planned to go around the 46 acres on the old coal property. Just want to make sure you understand what I'm referencing. I'd like to know what the very latest is on the planning and the design of the spray field, what the status is at this point in time.
Dana knows how far we've gotten on it. There's litigation going on.
Well, we have certainly, we did start in all of the testing and, the suitable soils, and we're, to get started with that and all of the preliminary work. There is some litigation that came up regarding that from Mr. McCardle. So that kind of, we've slowed it down a little bit. Waiting for that to go out. But I know as we get into the design phase further in, we'll certainly be contacting you and the other neighbors that we promised that we would contact at design. I think with the lawsuit that came in, that kind of just held it up a little bit.
Okay. Do you have any kind of idea the time frame on this suit and how close you are to resolution?
No.
No.
No, unfortunately. I keep looking at the lawyer at the other end, because I'm not representing us on this.
I only
That's
ask
him.
because typically they have a deadline, you must respond within so many days, etc. So.
But it's a back and forth
Yeah,
Sure.
process, so
Yep.
that's why we're all.
So we are in that process, but we have not forgotten about the neighbors out there, and we have all your names.
And that's one thing we
Talking
can
to
assure you, that we make a commitment to inform neighbors and stuff. Believe me when I tell you, when the time comes, we're absolutely not gonna forget you, and it's just part of the process with you, so.
okay,
And you can certainly call in for
Yeah.
updates too, for me,
okay.
anytime.
Another aspect of the water in our area is, of course, the problems with the PFAS chemicals that are showing up in wells in our area, etc. What is the status of testing that the township is doing on the water to determine if we have PFAS chemicals in the water already, and what is the plan to address that?
The township is already addressing and addressed the PFAS in the township water system. If you have a private well, as I do, that's on me.
Right.
I get the test done. I, figure out what to do next if there's something to figure out. But Dana can really speak to it.
Sure.
Technically, but.
And one thing we are doing testing, and we have multiple water systems in Buckingham, so we're at different phases depending on the water system. We did just publish and shot out an email blast. I don't know if you sign up for email blasts, literally just yesterday with some updates of what, where we are with that. I'm happy to share that. That's all on our website too. If you go into the water and wastewater department, we've kind of created a safe to sip in Buckingham, and we're creating a PFAS page actually, and we're starting to put out articles. Yesterday we added one that also has a lot of information for individual well owners that even talks about, like, it lists, it's from the Penn State Extension. We borrowed their article because it was really good. Our article I wrote, but that's on there too. But that's all public water. And on individual homeowners, we did put up their article too, and it tells you like some of the Pennsylvania approved labs and so on. So we're going to keep getting that info out. I think that's the best place to start, is to read my write-up on that, because it's about a 3-page write-up, and it kind of goes through where the MCLs were, where the MCLs are now, and maximum contaminant levels. That's like the level of PFAS, where we are now, where they are going, and what we're starting to do in our different water systems. So that's the stuff. And we're working on another article that we'll have in our newsletter that should be out late April, and we'll continue to kind of push out that information that way.
And I would also say that as someone who's on public, like Maggie has her own well, and I'm on public, I would say that the article, there was an article in the paper, the actual article was fairly accurate as far as what wells they were. The title was a little misleading because they're not Buckingham water wells.
Okay,
So
I'm curious about that. I read that article.
Yes.
Yeah, there was some confusion, and that's what prompted some of the writing that we put out, is that there was some confusion. There was an article that came out on 2 private wells, a private community water system, and a private well at Central Bucks East High School. Which there's been a lot of information published about that through the school district. We did actually, there is information on both those systems on our website too, the information that they've been putting out, and with that small community, it's very far from you, but they've been keeping us up to date in the past. It's kind of like newly found for them, but they have been, their water authority has been through this before in other places, and so they're working on treatment for their site, and we have been putting anything that goes out to their residents up there too.
And the good thing about local government is, like, I drink the same water, like, you know what I'm saying? So believe me.
Maggie and I drink the same
Yep.
water.
Right. We would want to keep it safe anyway, but especially the fact that, Maggie has older kids, but I have younger kids, they all drink the water. So believe me when I tell you, it affects all of us, but they were not Buckingham water wells. So,
Okay.
that-
Are you able to apply for grants of some sort to help you along with this issue of the PFAS in the wells?
You mean for the.
To get money to help you do this thing?
Yes, we actually have we applied for one so far in the spring. We applied for one, I think it's through DCD also, but different ones than the body camera side. So we applied for that in the spring. We haven't heard yet on that one. We also are working on an application to Penvest, which that's usually combination loan and grant. One of we're working on a system in the cold spring that is not above the maximum contaminant level at this time. It was close enough that it was a concern to us, and it's something that we wanted to proactively do. So that's been in the works. That's kind of held up, not for anything, it's just in permitting. It's at Army Corps of Engineers, at DEP, everything, and it takes a while to get through that process. So while we're in and talking to Penvest, we can't actually put in our final application to them until we have the Army Corps of Engineers permit in hand. And it's been about 9 months almost that we've been waiting to get that permit approved. It just is a process. But we are looking for funding all the time. But we have one application in, one going in, halfway in probably. And, as we see any other ones, we will put that into.
That's great.
Yep.
All right, well, we will stay in touch with you with
Yeah,
regard
do that,
to the
please.
spray field, because as you know, we're really sensitive to the way it wraps around our
course.
property and some of our neighbors.
Yes, we understand.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, then, Paul, do you have anything?
Yes, I actually do. The other night,
Oh, yes. Wait. We jumped so quick into
Oh.
public comment that we forgot
Oh, my
to talk
God.
about Arbor Day.
We forgot it, and I'm actually the liaison to that committee. We have a proclamation.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm trying to get to business. We have a proclamation.
Yeah.
Okay, a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, declaring Arbor Day. Whereas trees are a vital part of the natural environment, providing numerous benefits to health and well-being of residents, including improving air quality, conserving water, providing wildlife habitat, and enhancing the beauty of our community. And whereas Arbor Day serves as an important reminder of the essential role trees play in our lives and the responsibility we must care for them, ensuring the future generations can continue to enjoy their benefits. And whereas Buckingham Township recognizes the importance of trees in our parks, streets, and open spaces, and commits to preserving and expanding our urban forest for the enjoyment and health of all residents. And whereas on this day, we join communities across the nation in observing Arbor Day, we encourage the planting of trees as well as the continued protection of our green spaces to contribute to the environmental sustainability of our township. And whereas we recognize the outstanding efforts of many individuals, volunteers, organizations who work tirelessly to promote tree planting and the care of our natural resources in Buckingham Township. Therefore, now be it resolved that the Township of Buckingham and the County of Bucks, Pennsylvania, hereby proclaim Arbor Day on April 25th, 2025, and every Arbor Day hereafter urges all residents to celebrate this occasion by planting trees, enhancing our environment, and preserving the natural beauty of our community. In the Township of Buckingham, I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. Further, I urge all citizens, we urge all citizens, to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this time and future generations. And I speak for John and Paul.
and so I want to say that my wife Ann and I we have 3 years in the tree bank because we planted 3 trees in our front lawn this year. So I'm good for 3 years now. But we did plant 3 trees. Unfortunately, there was some ash trees, that had died, but we replaced them finally. So, and the great thing is, I told a group of people yesterday, I am old enough to remember the Little Rascals and always having an Arbor Day episode. So it's exciting we're doing this because watching the Little Rascals growing up, I'm like, what happened to Arbor Day? So
Yes, well, we will actually, and we will be pushing information out if we haven't already, I don't know, but they send it out quicker than I can see it sometimes. But we will be having an Arbor Day celebration here at the Township Building out front, and we will be planting a tree in recognition and part of our 325 activities this year. And we will have refreshments, a Boy Scout troop will be doing their things, and we'll get that information out to you. But put it on your calendars. I believe, what is that, the April 25th, is it the fourth Friday? Fourth Friday of April. Every year is Arbor Day.
And thank you to the staff for helping put this together and setting up. We appreciate it.
Yep.
And I just want to thank members that are in our audience. I see two, at least, from our Environmental Advisory Committee. Stephanie, Dawn, this committee is fantastic, and actually, especially the chairperson, Jim Walters, they have been responsible for getting so many grants of
Hundreds of trees.
hundreds of trees. And they've enlisted the students from Central Bucks East. They've always come and helped the planting and whatnot. It's really community effort to support Arbor Day every day in Buckingham. But thank you, you guys especially.
Now I got public comment.
Okay, that's the end of public comment.
No, me,
What?
board announcements.
Oh, board heads.
So I want to say is, yesterday here, we had, as part of Buckingham 325, and I think some of you were there, even though it's hard for me to see everybody in the audience, that we had a 325 event which had to do with Buckingham Caves and the Dome Brothers. It was super duper awesome and interesting. The place was packed. Clint did a great job, who did the presentation. He grew up in Buckingham. I think he lives in Doylestown now, but he grew up in Buckingham. And he actually, I don't know if it was the Discovery Channel, but he was on TV. They
It was
did.
Discovery Channel.
Where was it?
Discovery
It was
Channel.
Discovery Channel, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and they actually did one of their episodes about, digging and discovering, which is super interesting. And it was just great, and, I appreciate also the staff setting that up. So every month, sometimes twice a month, we have great 325 events. I encourage you, two things. I encourage you to buy some shirts and mugs, because it does go to help preservation. And also encourage you to come to some of them, because they're fantastic. And Buckingham Day every year, this Buckingham Day, it's going to be bigger because we're going to celebrate 325. And that's
Hot dog day.
Hot dog day, but yeah, well, it's going to be a little bit bigger. So I just, please be a part of 325. Super interesting things about our history, not just Buckingham, but Central Bucks and Bucks history. So yeah, it was great. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
Andrea?
I can say Andrew Mailing, Hong Road. Clint and my youngest son were buddies in elementary school.
Wow.
And we celebrated Clint's 8th birthday, so we asked what would you like? And he wanted some old bottles.
Oh.
So I went over to Edna's.
Is she here?
And I said, we have a young man, and it's his 8th birthday, and he would like some old bottles. And she was so delighted that somebody would actually want some old bottles. So I got 3 or 4 of them for Clint's birthday. So even then, as a little kid, he was interested in the old stuff. So
That's and it's people like him that,
it's genuine.
Yeah, and people like him is what help keep our history alive and record it. Because his dig, like the gentleman who owned the property and him were digging, they went down 18 feet, they were doing it for a couple years. The dedication and all to preserve our history, which is awesome. So, sorry, thank you for listening.
Yeah, good.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
Since you mentioned trees.
Yeah.
So, my question has to do with the property around us that, of course, was the tree farm. We see last summer, the farmer farmed it with soybean, and that was great. Now we notice that there are a lot of trees that are just being cut down for whatever reason. What is the plan for the trees on the property? Do you know?
Cut down recently?
Yeah, there are a bunch
Yes.
of trees that are cut down and they're just in a big pile, like they're going to cart them away or something.
I don't think that's us.
Do you know who's cutting them down?
Nope.
It's the same group that have been digging up trees for the last year or two. But this time, there were, I don't know, a dozen or so trees. They're not small, but they're not huge. But they're just laying. Locked.
From the area that the township owns
On
now?
the township owned property, because they
The
do,
part across from us at Indian and Walk.
That's McCardle's.
that might be McCardle,
property.
because Mr. McCardle still owns that open space,
From like
the open space of Indian
Or
Walk.
Indian Spring.
Indian Spring up to
Yeah.
probably around where your house, there's an opening around,
Right.
there's the first house, and then
Right.
before you get to the second house, I think is where the property line starts
Right.
up there. So there are some areas, there shouldn't be anybody cutting township trees now.
Okay.
Yeah, the township isn't doing anything on the property that we own.
Okay. We were just thinking that there are so many wonderful trees there. Wouldn't they make a lovely buffer around our property?
And that,
And-
and that's what we're
we-
thinking too.
Yes.
Yes, and that's part of the
That's
plan, and we've
exactly-
actually even kind of gone out and started looking at the trees and identifying them and which ones, and some would be moved, some are too large to be moved, but yeah, for buffering purposes and everything. So we're right there with you.
Terrific, thank
Yeah.
you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nope, thanks for.
And whatever you did to make the microphones better, they're better.
That's my microphone.
Okay.
I had to make it. All right, now,
But thank you.
I'm going to do the board's announcements. March 27th, 2025, April 24th. Red Cross blood drives, each from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the Buckingham Room of Buckingham Township Building, and you can call 1-800-RED-CROSS to schedule your appointment. Buckingham 325 event, April 8th at 7 p.m. Buckingham trolley presentation. Join us in the Buckingham Room of the Township. April 12th, the egg hunt at Hollycon Park. And the bunny arrives at 9:30 a.m. for pictures. 10 o'clock with the egg hunt, so bring your baskets. Buckingham Township Administration offices will be closed Friday, April 18th, 2025, in observance of the Good Friday holiday. And last but not least, cleanup weekend, April 25th and 27th, 26th and 27th. Bring your large items to the maintenance garage on Upper Mountain Road. No hazardous materials. Paper shredding offered on Saturday morning, I think 9 to noon usually, not all day.
Correct.
And compost is available if you bring your own covered container and a shovel.
Can I add something? The blood drive, I just wanted to let everybody know. Our goal is to get 325 pints. What, pints?
Correct.
Pints of blood for 325. So whatever anybody can do to do that or encourage your family, that would be great. And obviously, I mean, it's the cause that is. It's a great cause. And the Easter egg hunt, if you have kids of different ages, we have different sections so little kids aren't being run over by older kids. If you've never been to one before, it's really awesome. Okay, sorry, thank you.
No problem. Okay, number 3. I move that we approve payment request number 2 to GS Developers for work completed on the Cold Spring / Fieldstone Water Interconnect project in the amount of $279,000.
Second, and also this has to do with, this isn't tax dollars as usual. This has to do with people like myself that pay for water, so just let you know. Okay, yep,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. B, I move that we approve payroll dated February 27th, 2025 and March 13th, 2025 and the bill list for the meeting of March 26th, 2025.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 4, I move that we approve the draft supervisor minutes of the February 26th, 2025 work session and the February 26th regular business meeting.
Second.
Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 5, I move that we accept various departmental minutes and advisory board minutes, those being the building and zoning statistics for February 2025, planning commission minutes from their February meeting, the safety committee minutes from their January meeting, and the environmental advisory commission's minutes from November 20th, 2024, December 18th, 2024, January 15th, 2025, and February 19th, my birthday, 2025.
Second.
Questions? Comments? Thank you guys. Again, these minutes just show all the effort and work that this committee does. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, number 6. I move that we approve resolution number
Could we
26.
wait on number 6 until Andrea just came in the door over there?
I'm here.
You're here, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you coming. Never mind.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, yeah. It's the Environmental Advisory Commission. We are just rocking along tonight. Okay, I move that we approve resolution number 2647, a resolution of the Board of Supervisors, Buckingham Township, Bucks County, to adopt initiatives to be recognized as a Pennsylvania Audubon Bird Town community.
Let me think about this. No.
Yeah.
Enthusiastically, I give it a second.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna read it unless you want me to.
Good, if you want to. How long is it?
Let's see, pretty long.
Any highlights?
I'm looking.
Yeah.
That's all good. It has to do with trees. We need the trees for the birds.
Well, who can explain it?
You see the theme?
And yeah,
Let's
yeah.
explain it.
Don, you want to say
Yeah.
a little something about Birdtown? Or Stephanie?
All I can say is I'm just so delighted that you're making this.
And our surrounding communities, Doylestown's Birdtown designated community also,
And Solbury,
and Solbury.
yeah. And we didn't have to do anything. All we had to do was apply because we were already following through with so many of the initiatives that they required.
Now we have to do things in the future.
Good,
That's
To
right.
get better.
That's right.
yeah. So that's great. We have, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Number 7. I move that we approve the offer of extension for the Wycombe Vineyards, Pennsylvania Municipality Planning Code, give them an extension to April 8th, 2026. Township File SA 2024-03.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 8, I move that we agree to the developer's request for extension of time within to complete the improvements to April 10th, 2026, as set forth in the residential development contract covering the McKernan Development, Township File SA 2007-01.
Second.
Okay, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Number 9, I move that we approve the indemnity agreement between Pioneer Pole Buildings, Inc. and the Township of Buckingham, and approving their specific waivers as requested on November 30th, 2023, from the Buckingham Township Stormwater Management Ordinance for the Dennis J. Stanton Stormwater Facility Development Contract, 3007 Hollycomb Road, tax map parcel 6-14-36-5.
Second.
Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Number 10. I am going to make a motion that we approve Gavin Lebowski, Esquire, an independent attorney, as a hearing officer for the application of SF4 Properties LLC for conditional use approval to use properties owned by SF4 at 3143 York Road, Furlong, Pennsylvania, for development of an Use A10 accessory farm business, and further, waiving the decision or finding by the Board of Supervisors and accepting the decision and findings of the hearing officer as final, preserving all appeal rights thereof of any party.
Second.
Questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So with that, I'm going to open the hearing.
Wait for Dr.
Wait,
Debbie.
give her a minute.
I'm waiting. I'm slowly raising my gavel.
And I'll read what Gavin did.
Okay, I'm ready.
That's okay.
On this side of Good to see you. Good to not forget you guys. You don't have to know this is.
I always do. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, you don't have to be sorry.
I'm struggling with the cold. Past it.
I invested that is about 3 weeks ago, yeah. One more. Oh, got it.
Ready? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Gavin Lebowski, and I'm the hearing officer that was just appointed by the board to hear the application of SF4 Properties LLC for conditional use for an A10 accessory use. Understand the applicant is represented by counsel.
Yes, Dan Lyons, here on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Lyons. I also understand that the township is being represented by Tom Panzer.
Yes, Mr. Lebowski.
Good evening.
Thank you.
There have been other hearings opened on this matter, and I believe we already have some exhibits marked already. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lyons?
My understanding that the exhibits were marked. I wouldn't classify what happened as a hearing, but for the purposes of just agreeing with you that exhibits were marked, and there was also Mr. Smith took whether anyone wanted to be party status, to which nobody.
Okay, very good. So I have board exhibits, 1, the application, 2, a copy of the public notice, 3, certification of mailing of the public notice, 4, certification of advertising of the public notice, and 5, certification of posting of the public notice. So with that, if there's any other housekeeping matters from either party, we'll proceed with your case.
So yes, I think we do have a couple.
Okay?
First and foremost, so it's my understanding under 908.1 parens 1.2 close parens of the MPC, the hearing officer can be appointed and would serve in one of 2 roles, either the role of fact finder and likely concluder of law, but not ultimate decider. And then alternatively, the board would cede its entire control of the hearing, including decision-making authority, to the hearing officer. I heard the motion made by the Board of Supervisors immediately before this hearing, and it sounded like they were at least giving the alternative of having the hearing officer actually decide the matter, that the Board of Supervisors was waiving their right to make the decision. It's my reading of the MPC that for that to be valid, the applicant would also have to agree that the hearing officer would decide instead of the supervisors. So maybe as a bit of housekeeping, we can clear that up.
My understanding is that the appointment is that the Board of Supervisors is ceding complete control of the decision-making of this application to me as a hearing officer. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lyons?
That's my understanding.
And is that your agreement? Do you agree that I will take on that role?
It's my understanding the Board of Supervisors has that authority to cede control over to the hearing officer, so.
And you agree that I can make the decision?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Panzer, is that how the township would like to proceed?
Yes, please.
Very good.
So as an additional preliminary matter, there is considerable history between Buckingham Township and the property in question, not the least of which are several decisions, injunctions in fact, the most recent enjoining festival use on the property. There are several court orders, March 21, 2024, by Judge Lewis, in which Judge Lewis did in fact enjoin festivals along with another mulching use on site. That order was then revisited upon applicant's request, and on October 17, 2024, Judge Lewis reaffirmed the injunction against seasonal festivals and the other use. That matters before the Commonwealth Court on the applicant's appeal.
Can I step in there, Tom, real quick? If I may, I just want to correct one thing. The October one you mentioned, I believe that was a somewhat of a petition for leave to have one festival, and that one was denied. It wasn't a reconsideration or anything to that effect. It was just sole issue.
Well, let's let Mr. Panzer continue, and then we'll give you a chance, Mr. Lawrence.
We have prepared as part of our exhibits for this evening the three orders I just mentioned, the two orders I just mentioned, plus the appeal to the Commonwealth Court by the applicant. The parties, the issues are identical. We believe that res judicata precludes the applicant from proceeding on this matter, and we have prepared a written motion in support of dismissing the matter based on the doctrine of res judicata.
Well, do those orders indicate that an injunction is granted because the applicant does not have conditional use approval?
Yes.
No, they do not.
Okay, we got a yes and we got a no.
Yeah.
So you're saying, Mr. Panzer, you're saying they do not.
They do not.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Lyons jump in at this point.
Yeah. Couple things here. The Board of Supervisors that have now ceased control over this, I guess to you, Mr. Lebowski, have exclusive jurisdiction to hear conditional use applications, right? The court does not. The underlying matter was an injunction to restrict festivals and to restrict mulching based on several things. With respect to the festivals, it was because they did not have conditional use approval. That was the primary argument. Our defenses to that were things such as variance by estoppel, essentially arguing that we were grandfathered in. The festival's been going on for decades before zoning ordinance was even in effect. That argument was not accepted by the judge in that case. So those were the issues. We did not request conditional use approval. I think even the decision by Judge Lewis references that had they gotten conditional use approval, they could have had the festivals.
So no conditional use hearing was held before the court?
No conditional use. I would agree with Mr. Panzer that if we had filed for conditional use approval, that was denied, appealed that, and then filed the same application again, then perhaps that would have more credence to Mr. Panzer's position. But here, the Board of Supervisors, now you, has exclusive jurisdiction to hear conditional use matters. That's just fact. What would happen in this situation is that effectively, if the board, now you, were to grant the application, it would render some of that appeal moot, sure, but that is not issue preclusion, and again, the Board of Supervisors has exclusive jurisdiction to hear conditional use hearing, and we never had one before.
So none of those orders prohibit the applicant from seeking conditional use approval, right?
So the orders, the opinions discuss the need for conditional use and the lack of conditional use, but they specifically enjoin festivals, including seasonal festivals. If Mr. Lyons' argument is taken to not even an extreme, but to use an analogy, it's like losing a claim, a contract claim, before the Court of Common Pleas, taking it to appeal the Superior Court, and then while that's pending, filing the same claim at the district justice level to get the same relief. The remedy for the applicant may eventually come back to the township for conditional use approval, but at present, the mechanism is, and the remedy is, before the Commonwealth Court. They have enjoined festivals. So if we go through this exercise, we are largely duplicating years of litigation and judicial resources, and instead, if this hearing officer is to grant a conditional use, they still don't get to do it. It's enjoined.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The court never heard the substance of Section 405, A10, in any of the hearings, any of the litigation, correct?
They did not do a conditional use hearing, but if the applicant addresses what's pending before the Commonwealth Court, and the Commonwealth Court sends the matter back, or there's some other remedy available to the applicant, they can come back for their conditional use hearing, but right
You're
now,
saying the only way they can get a conditional use approved by the township in this hearing is if the case is disposed of at the Commonwealth Court level?
that is in fact our position, yes.
Mr. Lyons?
Yeah, I do not agree.
So he made the point that the issues that were litigated, and I have no information about what issues were litigated or were not litigated, were fundamentally the same as what's being presented in this hearing.
They're not.
Okay, tell me how they're different.
Because we did not apply for conditional use approval. We didn't go through the factors in the zoning ordinance for conditional use approval. It never came up. Again, the issues there were that they did not have conditional use approval. Our argument was we didn't need it. Now that's up there. That is pending on appeal. The effective result is it renders that, if this were to be granted, it would render that moot. I would also add that Judge Lewis, and Mr. Panzer wasn't here for this, Mr. Smith was, I know he left, but he, at that last contempt hearing, there was a contempt hearing related to the mulching. Judge Lewis specifically said to Mr. Smith and Mr. Greaser, the attorney for the county, effectively, what's wrong with the festivals? He kept asking, what's wrong with the festivals? What's wrong with the festivals? They couldn't give an answer other than they don't have A10 approval. That's why we came back to do this. I've also had many conversations with Mr. Smith before he was recused about coming to this hearing, getting A10 approval, and being told that if you play by the rules, you apply for A10 conditional use, you go through this, then
Would you agree, though, that you mentioned that the appeal would be moot if this were granted? Wouldn't that only be the case if the only issue preventing festivals is the lack of conditional use approval?
I should part of the appeal, because the appeal is much larger than just
Okay.
that. What would effectively happen is that we would file potentially a stipulation with the township to say, to satisfy the half of that appeal. The festivals, we get kicked out of the Commonwealth Court, and we would just continue to argue about the mulching. But the point is, the conditional use application was never heard. This board has exclusive jurisdiction to hear it. I couldn't even take this to the court if I wanted to. I couldn't make these arguments there, because this board has exclusive jurisdiction to hear it.
Mr. Panger, I'll see the motion, and if you'd like to hand it up, I'm happy to receive it. Have you provided a copy to Mr. Lyons?
About to.
Is there anything else that you want to add to the discussion that we haven't talked about?
I would like to offer the exhibit binder, and it includes the orders that are referenced, the appeal papers, and I think they provide context to the hearing officer for.
I'll receive anything that you have. You have any objection to him providing, after you've seen it, I guess?
I haven't seen the motion. I did not know this was going to be an issue today.
Yeah, let's
Well,
hand out.
let me just correct that, because I did give Mr. Lyons the courtesy a month ago when we were at this hearing that I believed that he was precluded from advancing the conditional use hearing because he's on appeal at the Commonwealth Court on the same issues.
I would agree. I did not know there was going to be a motion, is what my point was.
So, Mr. Panger, your point is that we can't even proceed with a hearing on this basis, or do you concede that we could have a hearing and I could reserve the right to decide whether res judicata applies? Because when you say that the issues are the same, I don't know whether they're the same or not because I haven't heard the evidence yet.
Well, I would leave that entirely up to the hearing officer to determine. But I do have a packet of exhibits, some of which will be illustrative of the point that I'm making here. Would you like to see them?
Yes, please. Thank you.
And as an alternative here, Mr. Blaski, maybe following the hearing today, we could brief these issues for you if necessary. Have a chance to review and respond to this motion and go from there instead of making it a point of more emphasis tonight.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to continue with the hearing. Mr. Panzer's motion can be preserved. I'm not ruling on it now. We'll proceed with the evidence. If, after reviewing the material and hearing this and giving Mr. Lyons an opportunity to respond prior to making a decision, I determine that res judicata does apply and that the motion should be granted, I can make that decision at that time. But I don't want to make it prior to receiving evidence right now. I think it would be improper for me to do so. I don't think there's any problem with proceeding with the hearing, and your objection, your position is preserved on the record, and I understand what it is. So are these exhibits a part of your case as well, or are they just related to this motion?
They are part of our case in chief as well.
Okay.
I took the liberty of pre-marking the exhibits T1
Okay.
through T11.
All right, so let's come back to this issue. I understand, and again, at the end, Mr. Lyons, if I forget, remind me to give you a period of time to brief this issue after tonight's evidence, okay? All right, so let's proceed with the hearing. Mr. Lyons, why don't you...
I'm sorry, one other point.
Oh, you have another housekeeping.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So, Mr. Lyons made a comment about his perception of what I'll call the first hearing, which was held February 26, 2025. Exhibits were marked, party status was requested. Mr. Lyons sent a correspondence demanding a deemed approval. To my knowledge, no deemed approval has been conceded by the township. It certainly has not been advertised by the township. There are time requirements in the MPC. The 10 days past the last hearing, the last date the hearing could have been held has expired. So I inquire of Mr. Lyons whether he's advertised for deemed approval or sought or filed a mandamus, if any of that's taken place.
All right, so I'll ask him that. Mr. Lyons, have you taken any action to memorialize an alleged deemed approval?
Only in that letter that Mr. Panzer referenced.
What's the date of that letter?
March 14th. I'm making an exhibit here
Okay.
as well. March 14th, 2025.
So I'll ask you, Mr. Lyons, what occurred on the February 26th, I'll call it a hearing date, even though you don't agree that it was a hearing date. What occurred on that date?
Well, at about 1:30 or 2 o'clock p.m. that day, I received a call from Mr. Smith advising that they're going to have to continue the hearing. Mr. Smith decided on that date to recuse himself from the application because of a pending lawsuit initiated by my clients against Mr. Smith last year. Mr. Smith waited until the date of the hearing to recuse himself. Had he recused himself weeks, months earlier, yourself or someone else could have been appointed a hearing officer. But I was told via telephone and via email, and then when we got here as well, that the board had to continue the hearing. I was not offered any opportunity to present any evidence. In fact, we couldn't present any evidence because Mr. Smith, there was no solicitor here. We were told to not bring, we were told that we didn't have to bring our witnesses to that hearing, to that hearing date, I should say. Under Pennsylvania law, you have to be given an opportunity to present testimony and evidence for it to be considered a hearing. It wasn't a hearing. I did not give any consent for an extension of the MPC, nor did my client. The only thing that the township could point to is that we participated or agreed to a next date that we were available, but there was no written, as you probably know, under the MPC, you have to provide a written extension of the MPC clock for that to apply. We did not do that. Nothing stated on the record that we agreed to the continuance. So in my estimation, the hearing never took place within 60 days, and therefore I've deemed approval. I'm happy to continue with this hearing today, but not waiving any right at all to deem approval.
Okay. Mr. Panzer, you want to add anything?
Yes, there's a transcript of that hearing.
I presume.
So the transcript will speak to what took place on the record.
Okay.
One thing that didn't happen on the record is any objection from counsel for the applicant regarding the continuance of the hearing. What's absent on the record is any mention of intent to present witnesses despite the earlier letter of the day. Mr. Smith sent the letter to me as special counsel of the township and Mr. Lyons earlier in the day, and there was no responsive, we need to move forward, or we treat this as a deemed approval. It sounds like an after-the-fact attempt at a gotcha, and I think it fails because there was, in fact, a hearing, and there was no protest from the applicant regarding moving forward.
So on that issue, we'll let the record from that hearing speak for itself. That may or may not become an issue depending on the outcome of this case, but I understand your position. You've made your position known. You have an exhibit relative to this issue in the form of your letter, and so we'll receive that when the time comes. Any other housekeeping matters?
No, thank you for the indulgence.
You're welcome. Would you like to proceed?
I would.
All right, call your first witness, have him sworn in, please. Do you have more than one witness?
I do have more than one witness.
Donna, do you want them both sworn?
Sure, yeah, sure. Whoever's going to testify, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name?
Kurt Schroeder,
Okay.
K-U-R-T, S-C-H-R-O-E-D-E-R.
Son?
And Josh Froelich.
Thank you.
Thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Long.
At this time, I'd like to just pass out exhibits. I think
Great.
it'll be- Lori.
Thanks.
So again, before we get started, because the issue's already come up, A1 is that letter with the attached affidavit of Mr. Kervick relative to a phone call that Mr. Caldareo had with Mr. Smith. But I don't think we need to
Okay.
dwell on that much longer, just since it's already been discussed. And in there is the deemed approval argument. So
Got it.
happy to proceed with the evidence.
Let's move into the substance of the application, and if there's anything else you want to add regarding that issue, I'll allow you to do so.
No, I think the letter speaks for itself,
Okay.
and the affidavit as well. All right.
I'd object to the affidavit.
It was sent along with the letter.
What's the basis of the objection?
Hearsay for one. I mean, if this is going to be the turning point for the determination on the issue of deemed approval, then clearly it has to be based on substantial competent evidence if it's going to withstand scrutiny on appeal. So while the rules of evidence may not apply at this level, I don't think that the affidavit is sufficient to pass the substantial competent evidence test, and I place that hearsay objection on the record.
Do you, would you want Mr. Kervick to appear to be able to cross-examine him?
No, fair question. May I reserve my position on that?
Sure, and I'll do the same.
Conclude? Great.
Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead, Mr. Lyons. Just so we're clear before you start, your objection to the affidavit is on the record and it's reserved, and we'll consider it at the appropriate time after the evidence is received.
And frankly, there may be responsive correspondence, including Mr. Smith's letter, email.
I was just going to say, if you want the opportunity after the conclusion of the evidence to present witnesses to rebut anything in that affidavit, we'll certainly give you that opportunity.
Okay. Again, at the conclusion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ready to?
Go ahead, Mr. Lyons. Yep, I think we're good to get
Finally,
into the substance of this. Yep.
All right. Applicant and owner of the property is SF4 Properties LLC, and the property is better known as Froelich Farms. Again, as we all know, Mr. Lebowski, not so much, but there is history to this matter and the festival of the property in the past. But what I want to focus on, what Froelich wants to focus on is moving forward, and that's why we're here as they file this conditional use application for these festivals. As I'm sure you're aware, a conditional use is a use that is permitted so long as the proposal is compliant with the specific requirements outlined in the zoning ordinance. I am happy to report and represent that, and as we will go over tonight, that Froelich's proposal is compliant with all of those specific enumerated requirements. I'm also happy to report that we met with the Planning Commission last month, early in February, to review the application, and the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of this application. I don't believe you're aware of the Bountiful Acres application that came through a couple months ago with the A10 approval, same A10 approval.
I'm sorry, with what approval?
Bountiful Acres, A10.
Oh, A10.
They requested conditional use for A10 use that was received and approved by the Board of Supervisors. Froelich's property here is even better suited for the A10 use as the festivals proposed on Froelich Farms. It's significantly larger. The farm is significantly larger. The property frontage of Bountiful Acres is only approximately 400 feet. Frolics is 2,500 feet approximately. The portion of the road where Bountiful Acres is located is only one lane to travel in each direction and gets congested, especially on the weekends. There are playing fields nearby. If anyone has any nephews or nieces or daughters or sons that play on any of those fields on the weekends, it gets very congested up there. They don't have that issue. There's 2 lanes of travel where they are. It's the same road, York Road, but 2 lanes of travel where they are and the area of the road that's never congested. As I mentioned, Frolic's proposal is compliant with the A10 requirements in the zoning ordinance, and to go through those requirements, I'd like to call Josh Froelich as the first witness here.
Very good.
All right, Mr. Froelich, can you please state your full name for the board?
Josh Froelich?
And you work on the property and familiar with the proposed A10 use?
Yes.
And you are familiar with the zoning ordinance as it relates to the property and the requirements for conditional use approval for an A10 accessory farm business on the property?
Yes.
And the A10 accessory farm business is a use consisting of educational tours, seasonal festivals related to products grown on the farm, craft fairs, hay rides, and horse shows. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of those, Froelich, you intend to have educational tours, seasonal festivals, and hay rides. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm just going to run through the requirements with you, and you can tell the hearing officer whether the proposal is compliant with that specific requirement, okay?
Okay.
All right. And specifically, this is section 405A10 of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
The use will be operated by the owner of the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And while in past years you've had food trucks, Sandcastle Winery, Proper Brewing, that's no longer part of your proposal, is that correct?
That's correct. In the future, we might propose to grow our own hops, and then at that point, possibly brew our own beer and have that.
But you're not bringing any outside vendors for drinks?
No.
How about food? Are you bringing in any outside vendors or catering for food?
No. We cook all our own food on site.
And you propose to comply with the Bucks County Health Department's requirements concerning water supply, sewage disposal, restroom facilities, is that correct?
Yes.
And the lot area is over 25 acres, is that right?
Yes.
Approximately 112 acres?
Correct.
And the A10 use is limited to educational tours, seasonal festivals related to products grown on the farm, craft fairs, hay rides, and horse shows, is that correct?
Yes.
And no activity, event, or structure used for an activity or event will be located within 150 feet of a right-of-way line or property line except for parking areas that may be located within 50 feet of a right-of-way line or property line. Do you propose to be compliant with that provision?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the plan prepared by Gilmore and Associates that was submitted with this application?
Yes.
Is that attached as Exhibit A2 in the binder here?
Yes.
And on this exhibit, it also shows compliance with that provision, is that right?
Yes.
And one of the requirements is that no activity or event shall continue past 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday or past 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
No outdoor concerts or amplified sounds which exceed or would exceed the decibel limits for residential districts as set forth in section 3017 of the zoning ordinance. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
No mechanical rides or mechanical amusements are proposed, is that correct?
Yes.
No flea markets are proposed?
No.
There's a requirement for an annual permit for educational tours, which shall include the number of days per year that educational tours will take place on the farm. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
There's a permit needed for Halloween hay rides, and hay rides may only operate from the first Saturday in October through October 31st. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
There's a permit required for seasonal festivals, craft fairs, and horse shows, and no more than 9 such events per year. no more than 4 days in a row. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
Off-street parking areas shall be provided in designated areas. Driveways from the public road, which is York Road, to parking areas shall have a paved apron at the entrance of at least 100 feet in length, as well as gravel tire cleaning area 50 feet in length. Parking areas shall be adequately screened. Is that all proposed?
Yes, it's actually, we already have all that in place.
And that's shown on the plan on Exhibit A2?
Yes.
Another requirement is that a traffic control plan and parking control plan must be submitted and approved by the Township Police Department prior to receiving a permit for events other than educational tours. 2 road connections are required to allow for emergencies. Do you propose to be compliant with that?
Yes.
And should the hearing officer grant this application, do you intend to use the plan Exhibit A2 as the traffic control plan, share that with the police department, and incorporate their suggestions for traffic cones or whatever they suggest?
Yes, willing to work with the police department with whatever they feel is adequate.
And do you also have people on the property during events that assist with parking?
Yes.
And how long, Froelich Farms has been having festivals for decades and decades, is that correct?
Yes.
There's previous testimony about the Fall Fest starting in the 1940s, is that correct?
Yes.
And the...
Excuse me, let me just object. The court's opinion, as indicated in Exhibit T2, which is the March 21, 2024 order opinion of Judge Lewis, talks about, well, indicates that there is no pre-existing non-conforming use. So the festivals are not a pre-existing non-conforming use. That issue has been decided by the court and would be the law of the case as far as we're concerned.
Well, I'm going to overrule the objection because I can read the esteemed judge's opinion when I get a chance, but I think he has the right to at least present the evidence of what his client believes may be the history of the use of the property, which I find to be relevant to the hearing. So I'll overrule the objection. I understand your objection, but I'll let you continue, Mr. Lyons.
So you just testified that the Fall Festival, or some form of Fall Festival, has been going on since the 1940s, is that correct?
Yes, events of some sort.
And the Spring Festival and Winter Festival in the 1980s, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so in the decades of having all of those seasonal events, have you had any issues with traffic or know of any issues with traffic?
No.
Turning over to Exhibit A3. Do you recognize this email here?
Yes.
Okay. And is this an email from PennDOT, specifically David Centofonte, who is a traffic study supervisor for PennDOT, confirming that no special event traffic permit was needed for your festivals? I guess this was your Fall Festival in 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
And that no traffic control plan was needed for PennDOT, is that right?
Correct.
Now in this email it says that police or fire should be available to help direct traffic into and out of the farm's driveway. I assume you're okay with that, according to your previous testimony?
Yes. If required, we're fine.
Okay. Access to the property. Now going through through the requirements in the zoning ordinance. Access to the property to be used for Halloween hayrides, seasonal festivals, or craft fairs must be from an arterial or collector road. And York Road is an arterial road, as you understand it. Is that correct?
Yes.
This next one's a little longer. No permanent outdoor lighting shall be installed or illuminated for special events. Temporary lighting may be used for special events for the duration of the event only and may not shine or produce glare as defined and regulated by section 3016 and 3022 of the zoning ordinance on adjacent properties. All event-related lighting is to be turned out 30 minutes after the event has concluded. Do you propose to be compliant with that section?
Yes.
No more than 32 square feet of signage shall be used to advertise events. The signs may be put in place no more than 2 weeks prior to the event and must be removed within 5 days of the conclusion of the event. No internally lighted signs or portable signs on wheels shall be permitted. The signs must have a sign permit and shall be subject to all applicable requirements of Article 32 signs. No off-premises signs are permitted. Do you propose to be compliant with all of that?
Yes.
All right, now I don't want to delve into the history too much, but I think it's important to bring up that, and you just testified to this, that you've been having seasonal festivals for decades, is that right?
Yes.
And in any of those years, do you recall or are you aware of any public safety or welfare concerns?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that the proposal now would be a risk to public safety or welfare?
No.
In fact, is it your opinion that the festivals are a great benefit to the community?
Yes.
And why is that?
We have tons of feedback from the community. Everyone obviously loves coming out with their families and supporting us. When we did announce that we were obviously canceling the festival, we did have a large outcry from a lot of the community and people that always come, and it's a family tradition and things that they look forward to doing.
So there are families and children that come every year to your festivals?
Yes.
Going on hay rides, doing the corn maze, picking pumpkins, that kind of stuff?
Yep.
As well as the Easter egg hunt, they come for the Easter egg hunt, is that
Yes.
right? So these families and these kids look forward to that every year, is that right?
Correct.
Is it also a good way to connect with the community and show what the farm has as far as its nursery, garden center, and what it grows on the farm?
Yeah, it's a good way to reach out to the community, show everything we have, and just to help generate money for the farm and keep it afloat.
And not only the festivals you propose, but you propose educational tours as well, is that right?
Yes.
And being in Bucks County with so many schools around, elementary schools and middle schools, do you enjoy welcoming students over to the farm?
Yeah, it's a good way to give back to the community and have them get out on the farm.
When these educational tours come onto the property, do they enjoy the educational tours?
Objection.
Calls for speculation as to whether people enjoy them. You can ask him what he perceives or what the responses are if he knows.
Sure. Do you believe in
Yes, I believe.
seeing
Yes, the joy on the faces, and obviously people enjoy being there.
Are the teachers thankful for having the opportunity to have educational tours on the property?
Same objection.
Overruled. He can answer.
Yes.
And does just having these festivals help keep the farm alive?
Yeah, farming's a tough business, so it's a way to help generate money to keep the farm afloat.
And you're one of the oldest surviving farms in Bucks County, is that right?
Correct.
And one of the ways that you've been able to stay afloat is by having these festivals in years past, right?
Correct.
And do the festivals help you stay competitive with other local Bucks County farms?
Absolutely. Yep. There's a lot of farms that do the same stuff, and so yes, it's to be not at a disadvantage with them and stay competitive.
One being Bountiful Acres that just came through and got conditional use approval, is that right?
Correct.
For the same A10 use that you're requesting?
Correct.
How about reputational? Do you believe that these festivals are good for the farm's reputation?
Yes, yeah, it has a good following. Like I said before, the community, we have a positive, it's positive in the community, and everyone likes coming, so.
Would you say that the proposed festivals are designed to be constructed, operated, and maintained so to be in harmony with and appropriate in appearance with the existing and intended character of the general vicinity?
Yes.
And would you say that the property is suitable for the proposed A10 use?
Yes, it's a lot larger than what's required, the minimal.
And I believe it's 25 acres is the minimum, and your property is over 112 acres.
It's 112 acres, correct.
And you have that large road frontage, is that right?
Correct.
And testified that that you've been having these festivals for a long time. Have you ever had any issues with suitability for the property for these festivals?
No.
Are you requesting any zoning relief or otherwise for the festivals? Excuse me.
No.
So the proposal complies, to the best of your knowledge, with the zoning ordinance and in all other respects?
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the hearing officer concerning the festivals and the proposed A10 use?
Just that, we're obviously we're obviously testifying that we want to be compliant with all the requirements of the conditional use and, willing to work with the township and everybody on any areas that, they see maybe don't meet requirements or whatever. We're obviously willing to listen and, come to an agreement or work things out.
And is it true that you want to get past the history of this kind of dispute with the township?
Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of past history, but yeah, definitely want to move, would love to get on have a good relationship with the township again and, work together and move forward.
Do you agree that's best for all parties involved?
Yes.
Even the community?
100%.
I have nothing more for Mr. Froelich. I do move for the admittance of the exhibits.
Any objection to the exhibits? Well, you object to the affidavit, which is part of A1, which
Yes.
we'll hold off on. So we'll receive that subject to your objection. What about A2 and A3?
I thought I had heard Mr. Lyons indicate that the engineer responsible for the drawing would be testifying. So I think I move for admission after the engineer's testimony.
So why don't we wait until you've concluded your case in chief, and we'll move the exhibits in at that time, if that's okay, subject to any further objections. So cross-examination, Mr. Panzer?
Mr. Froelich,
Yes.
are you one of the owners of SF4?
Yes.
And what's your ownership interest?
Objection, relevance.
I overrule.
I'm sorry, repeat.
Yeah, what is your ownership interest? In other words, are you a 20% of 5 owners? Are you an equal owner?
Exactly. Yep, there's 5 owners, we're all at 20%.
And how long have you been a 20% owner in SF4?
I can't say exactly the time. It's been a little in between 2 to 3 years, I believe.
SF4 has been in existence longer than that, yes?
I'm not exact on the date off the top of my head.
So you've been a principal and owner for the last 2 to 3 years, you said?
Since SF4 got founded.
Are
Sorry.
you one of the original members?
Yes.
105.
Yes.
And is there a managing member? Does someone make the decisions regarding the operation of SF4 on the Froelich Farm property?
Oh, we all do a vote.
So on any important decision, the 5 of you get together and majority wins.
Yes.
Was it a majority vote to sue Supervisor Forrest?
Objection?
Yeah, what's the relevance of that?
It goes to the applicant creating the issue that led to 2 members being present at the last hearing and the solicitor being unable to participate right before the conditional use hearing.
Can I respond?
Yes, please.
Though, no, those lawsuits were filed last year. They were filed many months ago.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You don't have to answer.
Do you make decisions regarding uses of the property in the same manner you just indicated?
Yes.
So no one member has more authority over use of the property than another?
I mean, not to say that certain things don't necessarily, every little thing doesn't get voted on, but, you know, we try to abide by that rule.
Do you also have an ownership interest in Froelic's Farm and Garden?
Yes.
Same equal interest?
Objection.
Yeah.
They're not part of this application.
What's the use? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
It's a use on the property. There's some blending between Froelic's Farm and Garden, FS Landscaping,
Well,
SF4.
Given that the application is for an accessory use, you have to have a principal use, and I think he's allowed to ask questions about the principal use. So I'm going to overrule the objection, and if you want to re-ask the question, please. If you can remember.
Do you have an ownership interest in Froelic's Farm and Garden?
Yes.
And what is the primary purpose of that entity?
I don't understand the purpose of that entity.
What's the business of Froelic's Farm and Garden?
It's a nursery.
Just growing plants on site, or do you do landscaping as well?
It is it's a retail store. We don't install.
Does Froelic's Farm and Garden do anything other than the nursery use?
No, it's annuals, nursery, material.
And Froelic's Farm and Garden is located on the 112-acre Froelic's Farm, yes?
Yes.
FS Landscaping, do you have an ownership interest in that?
Yes.
And what is that business?
It's a landscape, hardscape business.
And both Froelic's Farm and Garden and FS Landscaping are operating from the Froelich Farm site.
Yes.
Now, to keep it simple, I will refer you to the exhibit in the packet that Mr. Lyons brought with him. And I'd ask you to take a look at Exhibit A2. CA2?
Yep.
You're familiar with this? You went over it with your engineer and your attorney?
Yeah, we reviewed it.
So, just to orient us, the frontage that Mr. Lyons was asking you about direct examination is along York Road at the top of the page, yes?
Yes.
And then the property runs back along the yellow lines as indicated?
Yep.
The property is subject to a agricultural conservation easement, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with that?
Yeah.
So, in the binder that is before Mr. Lyons, that Exhibit T5. Do you see T5?
Yep, you get the conservation easement?
Have you seen this before?
I've seen it in the past, I don't recall it word for word or anything.
It's the agricultural conservation easement that speaks to the Frolic Farm property, is it not?
Yes,
And so is it your understanding that in 1999, for the amount of $1,274,760, certain property rights were given up on the Frolic Farm? Do you understand that?
yes,
And you also understand that of the 112 acres, 106 and change are actually covered by this conservation easement.
if that's what it states.
Well, so part of that 112 gross acreage is not included in the conservation easement. You understand that?
Yes,
All right. And I'm sorry?
yes, where all the buildings are.
All right. Well, that's the second thing. So one is the right-of-way. The second is what you just said, where the primary buildings are. So in the center of the page, top middle, right? That's the area that looks like it has the most activity. Do you see it?
Yep,
That's the 4-acre area that is excluded from the conservation easement, correct?
yes,
And is it your understanding that it is in that area that you can have these commercial uses if they're permitted?
yes,
And you understand that the rest of the property is conserved for agricultural purposes consistent with the agricultural conservation easement that we just discussed.
yep,
So you're limited in the use of 106 acres that surrounds that 4 acres.
yes,
In addition, you know that there are zoning regulations regarding the types of uses one can have in a specific zoning district, yes?
yes,
The two uses that you just talked about, Frolic's Farm and Garden and FS Landscape, are both primarily located within that, I'm going to call it the curtilage, the 4 acres.
yes,
And also in the curtilage is a dwelling, a house? Yes?
yes.
And what are these other buildings? The ones to the left of the curtilage, close to the road?
You talking to the rectangular ones that run sort of long way left to right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the greenhouses,
The greenhouses that support
all the annuals
for,
for Frolics Farm.
thank you. And then as we go back toward the rear edge of the curtilage, looks like a nice big building there on the left side of the driveway as you look down at the page.
Yeah, that's a Quonset hut, it's storage, for storage.
And then on the right side, closer to York Road, what are we looking at?
It's our shop and more storage, and then you have the barn in the middle.
Now, you know, as you sit here today, that you need conditional use approval in order to operate this A10 accessory farm business use, right?
Objection to that. There's the appeal pending. We're not trying to give up any rights to that in that appeal. I think the question is whether, I think Mr. Panzer just asked whether it's his opinion that they need the A10 in order to have the festivals. Again, our appeal says we don't, but we're here.
Well, presumably you're here because you want A10 approval, correct?
Correct.
Do you need the answer to this question?
I'd like to know, don't you realize you need a conditional use approval to run an A10 use?
Hold on. There's an objection to that question. Hold on. I don't want to put him in a position where he's answering a legal question about the legal need. So the question, I think, could be rephrased to say something along the lines of, you're here seeking this approval because you want to get approval from the township for the A10 use. I don't want to put him in a position where he's having to answer a question on the legalities of whether he needs this use or not. So I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase it and get to a different point, I'll allow that.
You're aware that the Common Pleas Court said you need conditional use approval to run seasonal festivals.
Again,
Are you not?
Hold on. You're objecting?
I'm objecting. The opinion speaks for itself.
Yeah, I understand your point, Mr. Panzer, but I don't want to go down the path of injecting the court opinion into your cross-examination. He's not an attorney. Obviously, he's represented by counsel who's made their position known to the Common Pleas Court and the Commonwealth Court. So I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want to move on and try to rephrase it, I'll allow you, but I think we're going down a path of asking this witness improper questions.
So the objective of the question is to establish that the applicants in fact know that they need approval to use the property for the A10 use. To pretend, for Mr. Lyons to pretend that they don't because he's preserving some appellate position is the essence of why res judicata applies and why we shouldn't be having this substantive hearing when all of this has been litigated and is pending before the Commonwealth Court.
So I guess the point is, you're asking him a question that relates to the appeal. I don't know how it relates to whether or not what he's described as how they intend to use the property, it matters. We're here to talk about whether or not festivals that they want to operate and the educational tours that they want to have comply or don't comply with the ordinance, not whether they need it because it's an issue on appeal or the court said it. So I'd really like to focus on the substance of the festivals, the tours, those sorts of things. So I'm going to sustain the objection. I'll give you another chance if you really want to go down that path, but I'm sort of giving you a hint from my perspective that it doesn't matter. I'd rather focus on you cross-examining him about the proposed use.
So I will give it another shot and we'll see where it goes.
Okay.
So, Ms. Froelich, you are aware that, flip to T4 in the binder if you would. You see T4? Mr. Froelich?
Yep. Yes.
Have you seen this before?
I'm not sure. I'm looking at it right now.
So it's the June 30, 2022 injunction by Judge Schenken after a number of hearings before the Court of Common Pleas in Bucks County. Were you present during those hearings?
Is that testimony from Mr. Panzer?
Yeah.
Or is that testimony from Mr. Froelich?
Here's the point.
So hold on. He can ask him if he was present at the hearing. Were you present at the hearing that resulted in the issuance of this order?
No.
Okay.
Have you and your partners or fellow members of SF4 discussed this order of Judge Schenken enjoining a certain festival use back in 2022?
No, don't remember.
Are you aware that after Judge Schenken's decision and order, SF4 actually applied for a conditional use permit with Buckingham Township on June 2nd, 2022? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So let's look at Exhibit T6. Have you seen this application before?
No.
So it's on Buckingham Township conditional use application letterhead. It's seeking conditional use, and there's a narrative, which is a couple pages back at page 269. On Froelic's Farm letterhead. You see that? So it's Exhibit T6.
Okay.
Have you seen that before?
No.
So it looks to be Froelic's Farm asking for conditional use to hold seasonal and harvest festivals, and then it lists spring Easter, summer blueberry, summer sunflower, fall, winter. You see that?
Yes.
And then the last paragraph is, we understand the requirements / ordinance for an accessory farm business and the allowable uses under the preservation. And they're asking for permission. You're asking for permission, right?
I'm going to object here. I think we're going down some line. This is the previous application that was withdrawn. It was never heard. It was done without counsel before we were involved. I think Mr. Panzer's again asking for a legal interpretation from Mr. Froelich about whether whether conditional use was required. I think we're getting too far afield from what this application and what this hearing is about.
Well, unfortunately, the question was only whether it says what it says at the bottom. So he's going to have to answer the question, and we'll see where it goes. So, overruled. The question was, Mr. Froelich, whether or not the last paragraph acknowledges an understanding of the requirements of the ordinance for the accessory farm business. Is that right, Mr. Panzer? Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
Is that what that says in the last paragraph?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Panzer, you can continue.
So on the signature page, which is 2 pages back, you recognize that signature?
Yes.
Who is it?
That's Brian's.
Brian Stover?
Brian Stover, yep.
One of the other principals of SF4, right?
Yes.
Do you know that Mr. Stover actually went to the Planning Commission in September of 2022 on that application?
I don't recall.
So the minutes are at 273. Have you seen them before?
No.
Well, in summary, they deny the request.
Is Mr. Panzer testifying?
I'm summarizing the document to facilitate the
Yeah,
testimony.
it's okay. It's okay if he paraphrases it. If you have some issue with the paraphrasing, you can bring it up, but I think he's just trying to move things along.
Right, are you aware that the conditional use application went before the Planning Commission in 2022, and the recommendation from the Planning Commission was to deny? Do you know that?
No.
That application was subsequently withdrawn because Mr. Lyons started to represent Frolic Farms. But do you recall that Frolic Farms actually advertised a fall festival for September of 2022?
Yes.
And was it for the entire month of October?
I believe so.
Let me show you a document and ask you whether you recognize it. Since I marked T11, will this be T12?
We'll mark it T12, yeah. For the record, this is a 2-page document.
So, Mr. Froelich, take a look at that.
Yes.
When you're done reviewing it, let me know. Done?
Yep.
All right, so does this appear to be the advertisement for the October 2022 Fall Festival?
Yes.
And the second page indicates the year 2022, right?
The second page, yes.
And then first page of the exhibit indicates the period of time, October 1 to October 30.
Yep.
And the times and dates or days that the festival is going to take place, right?
Yes.
Now, below that is a box that talks about the events. And I'm just going to read them. Hay rides, corn maze, bonfires, monster slides, pick your own pumpkins, inflatables, yard games, petting zoo visits, pumpkin decorating, glitter body art, local brewery and winery, princesses and superhero appearances, live music, great food.
Yep.
And so, after the conditional use application was filed in July of 2022, and then denied by the Planning Commission, did Frolic Farm have the Fall Festival?
I'm not aware of the denial, but we had this festival.
And did you have a local brewery?
Yes, but we're proposing to move forward to all the new regulations and make these adjustments.
So here's the point, Mr. Wisconsin. The applicant's prior conduct is relevant as to the future use. And that's why
Well, you can make that argument, I guess.
I need to explore this. I just wanted to make it clear as to why I'm asking questions. I heard the applicant's testimony. But
I understand your point.
Okay. And it also says a local winery. Did you have one there?
At that time.
Did you, you didn't have a conditional use approval, correct?
From what you're saying, no.
Well, you know you didn't because you've never had a conditional use permit.
True, yes.
How about a festival permit? Did you get a festival permit for that event?
No.
And how about that traffic impact study that's in the ordinance? Did you get one of them?
Objection, it's not a traffic impact study.
Can you rephrase it?
There are two requirements.
Traffic plan, I think is the phrase. I have it, Tom. It's a traffic control plan and a parking control plan. Is that what you're looking for under subsection 8, B8?
We can start with that, yes. Did you get them for the Fall Festival in 2022?
I don't recall. Honestly.
And what about a traffic impact study? Do you want them?
I don't recall.
And that would be part of the general conditions for conditional uses. Now, then in the spring of 2023, you had an Easter festival. You recall that?
Yes.
And let's see, you would, at T6, page 280. Just let me know, take a look at it, let me know when you're done.
You're talking about 281?
Yes, thank you. It's 3 pages, 281 through 283. Well, 2 more, 84 and 85.
Okay.
Same question, you didn't have a conditional use approval, correct?
I don't recall. I didn't honestly handle a lot of that stuff for these events.
Well, we've established that the 2022 application was withdrawn. At the same time, SF4 was in court on injunctions for a different festival with Judge Schenken, right?
I honestly, I don't recall.
No? All right. So, Frolic Farms advertised and held the Easter Festival, yes?
Yes.
Same thing, wineries, a brewery, was there live music?
I'd have to look at, I mean, honestly, they're all a little different, so I don't know what was there exactly.
And,
Off the top of my head.
thank you, no permits, right?
No permit.
And no traffic impact study, right?
Not that I recall.
No traffic control plan and parking control plan submitted and approved by the township, right?
I don't believe so.
Now, just to give us a frame of reference, if you look at Exhibit T1, at page 4.
I'm sorry, what's that? What's
T1, page 4.
T1.
Right, that's the injunction against seasonal festivals, right?
It's not the appeal. No.
So,
Did you answer that?
I said no.
Oh, okay.
Page 4 is the order that ends with motion for partial stay to permit seasonal festivals pending appeals hereby denied. Right?
No, I don't see that.
All right,
Mr. Lebowski, I think I can clear this up here. Mr. Panzer wasn't involved in any of this.
let's try, I'll withdraw the question.
Hold on, okay, all right, no need to.
And let's look at page 26. All I want to establish is that
Yeah, why don't you give me an offer of proof as to where this is going, and then we can go from there.
that in 2024, they were still enjoined from hosting festivals. And the next question is going to be, did you have any festivals between the Easter 23 festival and the injunction?
Okay, is there any objection to this line? It's similar to the argument about 2022 and 2023. I'm presuming he's going into 2024 now. In addition to the lack of conditional use approval or any permits, that there's also orders issued by the court prohibiting festivals. Is that right, Mr. Panzer? Did I
Yes.
predict it correctly?
Yes.
I object to the point of, I think we could maybe stipulate to something here to move this along, that if I may, Tom and I haven't spoken about this, but just to move this along, that they did not have conditional use approval, and that's why we're here requesting conditional use approval. So they haven't had it before, so all these festivals, they wouldn't have it.
We didn't get into specifics in your client's direct examination about the most recent festivals, just that they've happened over decades and decades. Can we stipulate that in 2022, 2023, and 2024, they conducted festivals, festivals were not permitted, and you can introduce the orders? Got to give me a little more credit. I can figure out where this is going.
I can clarify one thing. One of those festivals, again, Mr. Panzer wasn't present for this. I believe it was the April 2023 festival, may have been April 2024 festival. Judge Lewis specifically permitted that. Judge Lewis was the presiding judge in the injunction case. So that was one that the judge permitted. I don't know. I don't know if we can stipulate that they had X amount of festivals. We can stipulate that any festivals they did have did not have conditional use approval.
Let's let Mr. Panzer continue with his examination. The cat is already out of the bag, as it were, with respect to 2022, 2023. Let's let him finish his line. You've also presented evidence in direct examination about the history of festivals. So I think it's relevant for Mr. Panzer to continue this line of questioning, and rather than spend the time to try to craft the stipulation, let's just let him proceed. If there's something that he brings up that you object to, you can certainly object.
I'm just going to switch it up a little bit. Mr. Froelich, we've talked about the various uses on the site. Froelich Farm and Garden, FS Landscaping. What other businesses are operating from the Froelich Farm?
So, FS Bulk?
FS Bulk?
Yes.
And what is FS Bulk?
B-U-L-K, am I hearing that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's produces all your mulches and topsoil, bulk material, compost.
And are you a principal in FS Bulk?
No.
Who are the owners of FS Bulk?
Objection. We're getting too far from where we need to be.
Overruled. This is an accessory use, and it's accessory to a principal use, and the principal use, I think, is open for discussion.
Chip Kroll and Brian Stover.
So you're aware that they store more than simply compost or mulch on the Froelich Farm site, correct?
Everything that's there is dirt and products of mulch and compost and dirt.
No stone?
There's bins.
Bins of stone?
Yes.
How big, how much?
They're inside of that envelope there. You can see across from if you go to the Gilmore survey. They're on, if you're looking at it, I'm sorry, I don't know what this is listed, but the bins, looking down on the map, are on the right-hand side across from that elongated long building you were talking about towards the back.
Okay, so is it your testimony that there are no bulk materials stored outside what I've earlier referred to as the curtilage, the 4-acre area in the middle?
Not stone.
Okay. Just compost.
Compost and dirt.
And would it be fair to say that this compost is generated from not only material on-site, but material brought in from off-site?
Objection. What does that have to do with the festival we're here for?
Well, again, as I
And
said,
that gets, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that also gets to the heart of the appeal.
I can't help that those matters are webbed together. That's nothing, I can't do anything about that. But as I said, and I think this is Mr. Panzer's point, he can correct me if I'm wrong, the primary or principal use on the property is relevant to the discussion of whether the accessory use applies,
Can I
right?
respond to that?
Sure.
I think that maybe the relevant question is, what's the primary use in the property?
Well, how he asks that or how he gets to that is his prerogative, right? Am I correct that this is where you're going with
Yes.
this? I'll let him continue.
So, is it your testimony that there are no bulk materials, I'm sorry, I was on the trucked-in material. There is material that is composted that derives from off-site and is trucked in to be composted on-site. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can't speak fully on that because it's not I don't deal with the day-to-day operations of that part of that business.
You talked a lot about festivals in the past over, you said since 1940, I believe. How long have you been involved with Frolic Farms and the operations of the businesses?
I've been down there since the day I was born, helping, the second generation now, my grandfather, on the weekends.
So how old are you?
I'm 41.
So anything that happened before you reached the age of recalling is passed on by other people to you?
Yes.
So let's focus on, say, the more recent events. We can focus on the Fall Festival of 2022 or the Easter Festival of 2023. What is the volume of this festival use? How many people are you bringing in? How many cars? Things like that.
I can't. So you don't have any solid numbers.
So the injunctions we've been talking about also speak to the mulching or solid waste operation on the property. You're aware of that, aren't you?
That you're talking about, yes.
You're aware that there's been considerable litigation over you call it mulching or composting, the township calls it solid waste.
Yes, that's what is getting argued in court right now.
It's one of the things, right?
Yes.
The other is festivals.
Yes.
So on Exhibit A3 is a it's a responsive email from somebody at PennDOT, but I don't see the request. Is the request in here?
No.
And you heard Mr. Lyons when he asked you about the traffic control plan, not the traffic impact study, the traffic control plan, and that's to be approved by the Township Police Department.
Yes.
So PennDOT wouldn't have anything to do with the traffic control plan.
No, that's what the state required. I believe it was a state requirement. And we didn't need it, we did it.
You said we did it?
What's that? Well, when the letter from them is not needed, it states on the second page.
In everything you're asking for in the conditional use for the A10, you're not asking for horse shows, right?
We're not asking for it, but we'd like to keep everything open.
And you have no animals on the farm, right? No farm animals on the farm.
Currently, no.
That's all I have on this witness.
May I just clarify a couple points? Give me a second. There's a condition that there be no amplified sounds, or I'm sorry, requirement. Do you have any sort of form of notifying people of things that are occurring on site, and how do you do that if so?
Were you allowed to a certain decibel? I know we did studies with, we're far enough in from the property lines, and we have gone out with the sound readers and made sure that we're under that number. I forget what it is off the top of my head right now.
What I'm asking is, what do you currently use? Do you use a microphone with an amplifier? How many different speakers do you have
Yes.
positioned?
Typically, honestly, like 1 to 2 speakers, facing inward towards the property, away from the property line.
Okay. Is there any plan to change that configuration?
No, as long as we meet the requirements.
So you're not going to add any additional speakers to what you currently
No.
use? Okay. There's restrictions on lighting. Can you just give us an idea of what sort of lighting you have right now?
We don't need lighting. Our hours of operation are from 10 to 4, so we don't need any lighting.
So that would include the hay rides. You don't have any nighttime hay rides?
No.
Do you plan on doing anything at night?
No.
Okay. You mentioned that you just testified that you want to keep open all the different types of events. Do you have a plan, and you don't have to commit to anything now, but I'm wondering, what is your plan in terms of the number of events in a calendar year?
Really just 3.
And what would they be?
So the Easter, fall, and winter.
Now, when you say fall and winter, there was some documents that were shown to you about month-long events. Is that the plan for the fall and winter events, to have them every weekend throughout the season?
Just the fall.
So it'll be every...
The Easter and the winter are usually 1 or 2 weekends.
You mentioned also that there are other farms nearby that have this similar approval. Do you coordinate event dates with any of these farms or not?
No.
Can you tell us what the general character of the neighborhood is around the farm?
I'm sorry.
What's the general character of your neighbors? Is it residential, agricultural, retail,
Yeah,
commercial?
residential.
Mostly residential?
Yes.
Are there other large farms similar to yours in the vicinity?
The closest one is probably None Such Farms right here. Not sure if you're familiar with the area.
Okay.
Well, there's others, there's Slacks behind us. I'm sorry, the ones that like do the events. But there are a few farms behind us, the Slacks, the Schroeder's,
When did SF4 become the owner of the property? I didn't see a copy of the deed. Was that with the application, Mr. Lyons?
I believe it was.
Okay, never mind, I can look that up.
Okay.
That's fine. Are crops grown on the property?
Yes.
What kind of crops?
Corn, soybeans.
Are those fields rented out to other farmers as well?
No, but then we do pumpkins, we do all the wheat for straw.
Can the witness, or the person in the audience, please not help the witness? Thank you. He can handle it all by himself, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead, you can continue.
Yeah, things we grow out here, the pumpkins, the corn, but then wheat for rye, really, for the straw, and then cover crops of soybeans.
Do you have any retail sales of farm products on the property? From the property, I should say?
Yes.
What kind of products do you sell from the property?
We sell the straw, we sell the pumpkins, corn stalks, corn, some of the rye seed, soybeans.
And you grow in the greenhouses the nursery stock that you sell at the retail nursery?
Yes, all the annual flowers and perennials.
Do you also provide any wholesale landscaping products in terms of plants, flowers, those sorts of things to the trade?
So we're wholesale. I mean, yeah, we have all the trees and shrubs and all that stuff. Yes.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Froelich. Does anybody have any follow-up questions to anything that I asked?
I do.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Froelich, if you would, turn to A3, which is the map again. Technically, the plan prepared by Gilmore.
A2.
Yes, thank you.
Yep.
The plan.
Yep, got it.
So, where's the area in which you intend to hold these festivals?
Yeah, it's all marked out there. Right, I mean, it's labeled event area.
I see red lines, and I guess there's some words in there, but I can't read them.
You're too old. Can you read them out for us, Mr. Froelich? Just so that we have it on the record. Why don't you, hold on, one person has to talk at a time. I'm going to speak. Start in the upper right, and then tell us where you're going and describe each section. I want to make sure it's in the record.
Sure.
Go ahead. Start with that one that's slanted.
So the slanted dotted red line is the event area.
Okay?
Then to the left is the parking area. And then if you go all the way over to the right, and this is the corn maze, that's a cornfield. And then right in the middle is the pumpkin patch. And then the other dotted line is for additional overflow parking.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Panzer, I'm sorry.
So the in response to Mr. Lebowski's question, you said the lighting. I want you to look at exhibit T11, which is all the way at the back. It's all the way at the back of the binder. Second to last page.
Can you tell us the page number, please?
So at the end here, after number 11, which was 304, actually 307, At 307, we run out of numbers.
I don't.
No?
No. I've got I can see 308. They're hard to see.
Oh, look at that.
I could take another shot at the age of your eyes, but they're there.
Duly noted. So I'm talking about page 310.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Furlick, see 310?
Yes, yep.
So 310 looks to me to be a stage with posts and lighting.
Why don't you what is 310? What does that show us?
So that's a stage that's removable for where the musicians play.
And what are those tall things on the corners?
They are poles, and there are
And,
lights across there, because years past, we did have, where we would go to like 6 o'clock and it would get a little dark, but we haven't done that, and we're not proposing to do that. Our time's from 10 to 4.
How long has the stage been in place?
I couldn't say exactly.
Years, right?
It's been there probably a few years, but it's removable.
But you don't remove it.
We haven't.
And the lighting has been on, just remains on the stage?
Yeah, it's just hanging there. I mean, it's just decor. It's not actually functioning. We don't plug it in.
And this, this stage structure is in which one of these boxes that we just talked about?
In the event area.
So that would be the one closest to York Road on a slant. Is that right?
Yes.
And while we're talking about structures, the next page, 312, is two accessory structures, large sheds.
311 for the record.
Thank you, 311.
Yep.
Also in the event area?
Yes. When not in use for the events, they're storage areas for seed.
And when in use for the events, you sell tickets and food and
Yes.
retail?
So the one's ticket, the one does have food. And the other is, I mean, it's just storage for tables and chairs. We move the seed and stuff out and we put tables and chairs in the one.
And then 308.
Yep.
What is it?
Slide.
Looks pretty tall. You know how tall it is?
Not to put on record, no.
So, you know how big that tube is, diameter?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And this, where is this located?
In the same area.
The same event area?
Yes.
Now, you're aware that that entire area is part of the agricultural conservation easement, right?
Yes.
You talked about the nursery products,
Yes.
annuals, yes?
Yep.
You also sell trees, shrubs.
I was going to check at this point. I think this goes beyond what your questions were, I think, Mr. Lebowski. And I think that's, you had said to Mr. Panzer if there were any questions about what I asked.
Well,
now this is like recrossing.
I know, but I'm going to allow it, so overruled. I want to let him continue.
You don't grow the trees and shrubs that you sell in the nursery on Froelic's farm, right? You bring them in.
Not all of them, no.
What percentage?
Objection. What?
Overruled. Again, I did ask about annuals and things that were being sold on site to try to help establish the A1 use, so I'm going to let him cross-examine on that point. Do you know the percentage that's produced on site versus brought in?
No.
That's all I have.
I'm gonna ask a couple more questions. Do you have any plans to expand beyond the area that's depicted in red on your plan?
No.
In terms of the sale of food, do you have to get any food safety certifications from the Department of Health?
Yes.
And you've obtained those in the past?
Yes.
And you'll continue to do so in the future?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. Do you have anything you want to follow up with?
Just a few.
Yeah, please go ahead.
On your cross-examination, Josh, there was testimony about the conservation easement. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
As part of that conservation easement, there are biannual inspections by the county, is that correct? Every 2 years, the county comes in and does an inspection to make sure that you're compliant with the conservation easement.
Yes.
Are you aware, and the conservation easement was entered in 1999, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of any inspection report from 1999 to date that said anything about the festivals not being permitted?
No.
And the county was aware of the festivals throughout that 30 years or so?
Yes.
The township was aware of those festivals as well, right?
Yes.
One moment, Mr. Kozlowski.
Sure, take your time.
I'm going to show you, I haven't marked this one, but I guess this would be A4.
Yep.
And I hand a copy to Mr. Panzer and yourself, Mr. Kozlowski.
Thank you.
Josh, this is a letter from Mr. Smith, Craig Smith, dated October 10th, 2024, is that right?
Yes.
And this is with respect to the pumpkin, pick your own pumpkin thing that you had last year for...
Pick your own pumpkin, yes, that we ended up.
Do you have a moment to review
Yeah.
the 3-page document?
Yeah, so
Space?
let's, I would like a moment to read it as well, if you don't mind, Mr. Lyon. Just give us a minute to read it, and then we'll let you commence with your question. Go ahead, Mr. Lyons.
Objection.
What's the basis for the objection?
Multiple. Number one, it contains settlement discussions. Two, there was no, I didn't mention the word pumpkins. And it's self-serving promotional material, which has no probative value.
Mr. Lyons?
I have a question for Mr. Foley concerning really just two sentences that are in here, two statements from Mr. Smith that are relevant to the conservation easement and the 810 use. You just all read it.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can ask questions about it.
And I'm not necessarily admitting or wanting to admit the. I'm just
Right now,
asking
it's
a
being identified as A4 for identification purposes.
Right. So, Josh, this again was in response to a pumpkin, pick your own pumpkin thing that you guys did last year, is that right?
Yes, we canceled our festival, and from an outcry from the community, we decided to just open up our pumpkin patch just for pumpkin.
Okay. And there's one thing I want to point you to in Mr. Smith's response here. The second to last paragraph on page 3 of the letter.
I'm sorry, could you orient me again?
Sure. The third page, second to last paragraph.
The one that begins with the township's fear?
That's right. You go, sir. So about halfway into there, well, this paragraph refers to an accounting requested of the township showing the products that were sold at this pumpkin, pick your own pumpkin event. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Smith says, the accounting needs to prove that more than 50% of the proceeds realized from the event were from products grown on the farm. If that is the case, then the conservation easement is not violated and use A10 does not apply. You see that? Is that right how I read that? Josh's question for you.
Yes.
Now, does that position, meaning that if more than 50% is realized from the farm and the conservation easement is not violated in that respect and A10 does not apply, does that position contribute to the confusion that you've had as to whether A10 is required or not?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion and is one of the core issues that was litigated before Judge Lewis and is ripples throughout his opinion. I don't see the probative value of the question.
Yeah, my concern, Mr. Lyons, is that we're starting to stretch into an area, and this was, I think, one of your objections to Mr. Panzer's questioning, and maybe we've gotten ourselves into a pickle here. We're starting to stretch into an area of whether or not violations of the conservation easement have occurred or are occurring. I can tell you from where I sit, that's not going to have any bearing on whether you meet or don't meet A10. Those kind of things can be handled by condition. In other words, whatever they do is going to have to comply with the conservation easement requirements. Whether they qualify for rural enterprise use or not is going to be a different issue. I'm going to sustain the objection on that question. Do you want to enter A4 or not? Because I don't think it should be received into the record. I don't think it's probative to the question of whether or not your client can prove entitlement to an A10 use.
Sure. I guess I can withdraw the question, but I do want to point out why I guess I asked it.
Sure, I'll let you make argument on the point, but again, understand from my perspective, I'm not here deciding whether or not this use will or will not violate the terms of the conservation.
Okay, then that
I can't decide
my. It seemed to me, just so you know, Mr. Ladowski, it seemed to me that Mr. Panzer was trying to get at that these festivals are somehow in violation of the conservation easement. I was trying to say that that is not the case according to Mr. Smith's own words, but I understand.
Well, I don't think it's my place to decide whether or not Mr. Smith's letter gives your client license to have events and whether that license constitutes a violation of the conservation easement or not. I think it's a little bit far afield. I think Mr. Panzer's point was a little bit different, and I don't want to belabor it. So
Sure.
if you want to move for A4, I'm going to refuse to accept it, or if you want to just move on, we can do that.
I'll move on.
Okay, I'm going to give this back to you because I don't want to, so A4 is not admitted.
In response, briefly, the court has dealt with that issue.
And I'll understand that when I read your material.
Okay.
And I understand what your position is, and I understand what your position is, and I'll figure out to what extent that has bearing on my decision of whether conditional use criteria have been met or not.
I just wanted to make a point for the record in response to the argument.
I understand. I understand both of your arguments.
Great. I do have one or two more questions.
Sure, go ahead, please.
Mr. Froelich, there was a lot of testimony in your cross-examination about prior events, what had happened in prior events. You are proposing to be compliant with all of the requirements under the zoning ordinance for conditional use approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
I'll break my rule again here. You talked about the compliance with different criteria. How is sewage disposal and water supply handled presently, restroom facilities?
We have portables out on site and hand wash stations.
All right.
And they get cleaned up after every festival.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next witness?
Yeah, I just have a few questions for Mr. Schroeder.
Very good. You've been sworn, so go ahead. Oh, wait.
Let me get my bearings.
Yeah, we'll do his exhibits at the end of Mr. Schroeder's testimony, okay?
Yes.
Give me one moment.
Take your time.
All right. Kirk, can you please state your professional qualifications?
Sure, I'm a civil engineer licensed in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I've been practicing engineering for over 20 years.
And have you testified as an expert before a board of supervisors or zoning hearing board?
Hold on, I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah.
Can we stipulate to Mr. Schroeder's qualifications and expertise?
Yes,
How are you
offered as a civil engineer?
How are you
Site
offering it?
design. Civil engineer and site design.
No objection.
No objection. He'll be received as an expert in civil engineering and site design.
Did you hear the testimony of Mr. Froelich concerning the conditional use requirements?
Yes.
Okay, and do you agree with his testimony concerning the plan and compliance with the zoning ordinance with respect to the plan?
Yes.
And did you assist on the preparation of this plan before the board?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that this proposal would be a risk to public safety or welfare?
No.
Do you see any issues that could be caused to neighboring properties?
No.
See any adverse traffic conditions through this plan?
No.
Would you say that the proposed festivals are designed to be constructed, operated, maintained so as to be in harmony with the appropriate appearance with the existing character of the general vicinity?
Yeah, per the requirements of the conditional use, yes.
And do you believe that this property is suitable for the use?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, this plan complies with all the provisions of the zoning ordinance, is that right?
Yes.
And this plan is compliant with all the dimensional requirements in the zoning ordinance with respect to an A10 use, is that right?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Mr. Schroeder.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Schroeder, you prepared the plan that's marked A2?
Yes.
And where is the parking area?
The parking area is shown sort of central in the area of the red demarcated, individual spaces labeled parking area. There's also an area to the east below the parking area called overflow parking area.
So the ordinance has specific requirements for parking at 405, A10 B7. Are you familiar with that?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me to know exactly what B7 states.
Mr. Lyons, you have a copy of the ordinance?
Which provision are you looking for?
Parking.
405B7?
B7.
I don't have a copy of the entire ordinance, just the relevant provisions.
Let me read it to you. If you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Off-street parking areas shall be provided in designated areas to accommodate all attendees at any special event. That's done, right?
Yes,
That's proposed, right?
yes.
Seasonal festival, craft fair, hayride, or other permitted event. Driveways from public roads to parking areas shall have a paved apron at the entrance, which is a minimum of 100 feet in length from the edge of paving. Does that exist?
At the entrance, you said specifically? Yes.
So where is that?
The entrance is located, it's labeled Main Drive Entrance for Events.
So top of the plan to the right,
Top of the plan in the center?
oh, through the curtilage?
Yes.
So is that ingress, egress, or both?
Ingress.
And where's egress?
Egress is located and labeled as Exit for Events and Alternate Emergency Entrance.
And is that top right?
Yes.
And then are there additional curb cuts or access points for Frolick's Farm on Route 263?
In front of the garden center, and you refer to the curtilage area, I guess, there's, when the festivals are not occurring, there's a entrance and exit that is in front of that main farm and garden building.
And so, to your knowledge, well, do you know whether there's a PennDOT permit for the curb cut for your egress?
I'm not aware if there's any driveway permit on record for that. I know it's existed for a long time.
And state roads, so PennDOT jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
Then the ordinance goes on to say that a gravel tire cleaning area 50 feet in length is required.
For the exit you're referring to specifically, or both? Or?
Well, it says driveways, so it would strike me that that would be both ways.
Yeah, there's at least gravel for at least 50 feet at that location.
The egress or the ingress?
Both. We labeled minimum 100 feet at the entrance and approximately 150 feet gravel at the exit.
And is does the exit have 100 feet of paving?
I don't know if it's asphalt, but it's at least gravel, which I believe meets the requirement of having tire cleaning type purpose.
So we're unclear on whether there's a paved apron at the egress, which is a minimum of 100 feet in length from the edge of the paving, right?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. You're saying that it
can
says
somebody-
it needs to be paved?
Can somebody supply Mr. Schroeder with a copy of the section that you're referring to, please?
Yeah, which section are you? I have a copy
It's
here.
B7, 405 B7. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Schroeder?
I do.
Why don't you give him a minute to read it, please?
Sure.
Yeah, if I could answer, I think the question, I don't know if it's a specific answer to the specific question, but it says that the driveway shall be paved 100 feet from the public right-of-way to the events, and I'm saying that there is pavement in that entrance shown to the festivals, and then It goes on to say, as well as gravel area cleaning of 50 feet in length, that too exists. I don't see any requirement for the exits to be paved, but what I've said is that there's approximately 150 feet of gravel at the exit location.
And that provision of the ordinance concludes with parking areas shall be adequately screened. Is there screening for the parking areas?
So we have the plan labeled to show existing parking buffer trees, and that is a substantial portion of both the parking area and the overflow parking area. And that buffer area is located between Route 263 and the parking area. That distance is probably close to 400 feet of wooded area and trees.
So you offered opinions on the suitability of this property for the A10 use. Did you take into account, in your opinion, the other uses on the property?
I did not. This exhibit prepared was exclusively for the A10 use and lists the conditional use requirements on the plan.
And so your opinion is limited to that, the A10 use?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Do you know how many cars can fit in the parking area that's depicted on the plan?
We didn't do any type of parking layout to calculate that. I would say that the area can support several hundred. And I can say that the festivals in the past have been held and have occupied that area. And as people come and go, that area has been sufficiently used to accommodate the amount of cars.
When you say the parking area, several hundred can fit in the parking area, are you including the overflow parking area in that as well?
Yes.
And are you also concluding that the sufficient parking includes the overflow area, or is just the designated area sufficient? You have parking area and you have overflow.
Right.
And you said that the parking area was sufficient for the number of people who arrive. Do you have to rely on the overflow parking to be sufficient, or is the main parking area?
It's a festival that you can come to without reserving tickets, so it's difficult to calculate. Nice weather days, there could be a surge of people that come at certain times, but as I said, over the years that area supported the amount of parking that the festivals have generated.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Any follow-up from that?
No.
Any further cross of this witness?
No, thank you.
Okay. Next witness.
No more witnesses.
No more witnesses. I assume you're moving A1 through A3.
That's correct.
Any objection now that we've heard testimony on these exhibits?
I have a continuing objection to A1. What is the purpose?
Hold on. A1 includes a letter with an affidavit attached to it. Give me a minute to read A1, okay? Just bear with me. And if it's 9:15, do you want to take a 5-minute break? And then I can read this, and then we can come back and you can start with your witnesses?
Yes.
Why don't we do that? Okay, we'll break for 5 minutes.
This is your copy. This is murder.
So wait till we get settled in. Tell me when you're ready, Don.
I'm ready.
All right, so we left this at the question of whether or not the exhibits would be admitted into evidence. I'm going to admit the letter in A1, but I'm going to sustain the objection to the affidavit. If you would like to call Mr. Kervick Jr. as a witness, you certainly can ask to do that. He's not here tonight, I presume, but you can certainly do that at a future hearing. If you want to continue it, I'll give you that opportunity. But for purposes of ruling on it right now, the affidavit is not admitted. Okay?
May I ask the purpose of the letter?
Well, again, I think the only reason the letter is relevant is because of the reference to the deemed approval, which is an issue that was raised at the outset. And so that's the extent to which I think that letter is relevant.
There's a fair amount of inflammatory material, self-serving statements in that correspondence. I don't think it offers anything probative to the finder of fact.
I understand your position, and I will take that into consideration when I consider all of the evidence. But I'm going to let the letter come in. As I mentioned, I think it's relevant as to the question of whether there's a deemed approval and what occurred. I recognize that it's one side of the argument, and I recognize that the letter contains the comments that you referenced, and I'll take those into consideration to the extent they're at all relevant.
So,
if you would like to present anything in response to the question of the deemed approval, I don't know that that's something that I am going to decide, but the issue has been raised.
well, is the question of a deemed approval currently before the hearing officer?
I don't believe so.
I don't think so either. I don't even.
Do you think it is?
No. I don't even think the hearing officer has jurisdiction over that question.
I don't.
So that's why I think the letter has no probative value and is inflammatory. I responded. So.
Well, wasn't there a question at the beginning of this proceeding as to what occurred at the first hearing, or first date that the record was opened, without putting too fine of a point on it?
Yes, and the answer to that question is, what's in the record? Not what Mr. Lyons creates as what was going to be an exhibit to a hearing. That's. I personally don't litigate by letter, but that is litigation by letter, and I don't think it's appropriate. But there was a response to it, so you might as well have.
Well, I'd like to have the response if there's a response. Again, I'm admitting it for purposes only of determining what happened at the first hearing date. Do I think it's going to have much relevance to the ultimate question of whether they've proven their case? I don't think so. Certainly the inflammatory comments that you characterized make no difference to me.
Well, I think that it's not just about the hearing officer. It's about Mr. Lyons creating a record and poisoning the record for any subsequent review as well. So that poison pen letter travels through the litigation with the record.
Don't I get to decide that? Whether or not factually it makes any difference to the decision that I ultimately make?
Of course.
And if I make a decision that has some bearing, then a court reviewing this can do what they want with it, right? I mean, I think I have the right to put the appropriate weight on that letter.
And the responsibility.
Yeah, and the responsibility.
March 2025, I responded to Mr. Lyons, and I'd like to...
Can we have that entered into the evidence?
T13?
T13, fine. Do you have any objection to the response?
No.
All right.
I knew it was going to be evidence, I flowered it up a little bit.
That's okay, I don't need to be flowered.
And I didn't make extra copies because I didn't think we were going to use it.
Can we make copies right now?
Sure.
I have it.
You have it.
And
We don't need to make copies then. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So A2 and A3 are in the record. Anything else, Mr. Lyons, before we turn it over to Mr. Panzer?
No.
All right. You rest your case. Mr. Panzer, over to you.
I'm sorry. A1, but not the affidavit,
But not the affidavit.
and 2 and 3.
And 2 and 3, yes.
Thank you. Yes. So I'm prepared to present Richard Myers, the zoning officer for Buckingham Township.
All right, let's have him sworn, please.
Do you swear or affirm your testimony about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So, Mr. Myers, what's your role with Buckingham Township?
I'm the zoning officer and the agricultural preservation administrator.
And how long have you held that position?
Zoning officer since 2006.
And what about the agricultural preservation role?
That was sometime later, but I don't know the date on that.
Is zoning enforcement one of your duties or tasks?
It is.
Do you have familiarity with the Buckingham Township zoning ordinance?
Yes, I do.
And how about the County of Bucks Agricultural Land Preservation Program guidelines?
Yes.
Anything else you use in your day-to-day practice in Buckingham Township?
Basically zoning ordinance, any number of, factual indexes, aerial photography, any documentation we have in township files.
So I'll be offering Mr. Myers not only for factual testimony, but expert testimony, and offer him for voir dire.
What's the area of expertise?
The areas identified, zoning and code enforcement.
Do you have any objection to Mr. Myers' expertise in those two areas?
In code enforcement and the zoning ordinance? Is that the Buckingham Township zoning ordinance?
Yes.
No.
All right, he'll be received as an expert witness as it relates to the Buckingham Township zoning ordinance and code enforcement. Is that sufficient, Mr. Panzer?
Yes, which incorporates agricultural preservation.
And agricultural preservation and the administration of the agricultural preservation
I think
statute.
I think can we clarify? Can we clarify that it's
Yeah, so why don't you talk a little bit about what his role as the agricultural preservation administrator involves?
Well, basically, when there's a question about whether something meets the agricultural preservation requirements, I'll refer to the documentation in the file, the actual conservation easement agreement, and basically compare what's occurring on the site to the conditions that apply per the agricultural conservation easement for that particular property.
And you're familiar with the statute that governs agricultural preservation?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the terms of most agricultural preservation conservation easements that are
Yes.
granted?
Yes.
And is the comparison of a property's compliance with those conservation easements similar to the compliance that you engage in with the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it is.
Is the interpretation of those easement documents similar to the tasks that you undertake when you interpret the zoning ordinance?
Yes, it's the same techniques.
And in terms of enforcing the agricultural conservation easements, is the enforcement similar to the manner in which you enforce the zoning ordinance?
It's similar, although there are different enforcement provisions that are available under the agricultural conservation easement that I may not have as zoning officer for zoning violations.
So different enforcement techniques?
Yes.
Do you attend any conferences or receive any training on the Agricultural Preservation Board, the conservation easement, or any of those programs?
I've not received any formal educational training on that other than reviewing the documents that we have in the township.
You said that you were not, you couldn't recall the year that you began the role as the administrator. Can you give us an estimate as to how long it's been that you've been doing that?
It's probably been at least 10 years now.
And are there a substantial number of properties within the township that are subject to conservation easements?
Yes, if you can refer to the poster on the wall there, you can see a significant of the township portion of the township is green. The darker green areas are actual areas that are agricultural conservation easements.
And so, just because you have the title as administrator, have you actually had instances where people have violated their conservation easements, or you've had to investigate potential violations?
Yes.
How frequently do you engage in that exercise?
Rather frequently, particularly with this property in particular.
Any further, Wadier, or anything you want to ask Mr. Myers, Mr. Lyons?
I think I just want to clarify what he's being offered as an expert in.
Sure, go ahead.
With respect to that, 'cause I think it's a little.
Go ahead, Mr. Panzer. Can you clarify how you want him to testify on that topic? What the expertise is in? Is it in the administration of the agricultural conservation easement program?
In Buckingham Township,
Buckingham Township.
in conjunction with the County of Bucks.
That's fine.
That fine? All right, he'll be accepted in that capacity as well. You can proceed. Thank you.
So, Mr. Myers, are you familiar with the subject property?
Yes, I am.
And how is it that you're familiar with subject property?
Well, my familiarity with the property goes back to 1973 when I began working for my father's insurance office, and the Frolic Farm was a customer of my father's insurance business.
So at some point, did you become more familiar with the property in your capacity as zoning officer for Buckingham Township?
Yes, basically, particularly in regard to the conservation easement that was placed on the property in 1999.
And we've put into the index, or excuse me, the evidence finder exhibit T5, the conservation easement dated September 22, 1999. Can you identify that?
Yes, that is the copy of the conservation easement.
Referable to the Frolic Farm?
That's correct.
You heard me question Mr. Josh Frolic with regard to the original size of the property, the gross size of the property, the conserved area, and what was netted out. Are you able to confirm those numbers?
Yes, there's the curtilage around the what were the existing farm buildings at the time the easement was put in place. And there are also areas of ultimate right-of-way along York Road that were deducted out of the actual conservation easement acreage.
And we don't need to get into copious detail on it, but at exhibit T7, we have a plan. Can you identify the plan?
Yes, this is a Frolic Farm plan of boundaries and preservation easement acquisition. And it was dated March 15th, 1999.
So is this the plan that correlates with the easement?
That's correct.
And then on the left side of the plan, there are some values that are circled. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, in the center of the plan is excuse me, total gross acreage, which is 112.8631 acres. There's the exception area, commonly referred to as the curtilage, which is exactly 4 acres. And then there is that area that's within the ultimate right-of-way of York Road, which is 2.6276 acres.
So at the end of the day, about 4 acres is within the curtilage, and then on the order of 106 acres is within the conserved area.
That's correct, when you deduct out the curtilage and the ultimate right-of-way.
Now, are you familiar with the uses on the property?
Yes.
And on direct examination, we're kind of dancing around the primary use. What is the primary use of the property?
Given that it is an agricultural property under the Agricultural Preservation Program, the primary use of the property is an A1 farm use.
And what are the other permitted uses on the property?
There is an agricultural retail, which is an A7 agricultural accessory use.
And anything else?
The dwelling on the property, which is I believe they refer to that as an A8 accessory use. I can confirm that. Yes, accessory farm dwelling, which is an A8.
Now, we talked about some additional uses on the property during Mr. Froehlich's testimony. Are you familiar with other uses on the property?
Yes.
In addition to the ones you mentioned?
Yes.
And are there any additional uses on the property that carry zoning permits?
No.
And what uses are on the property, to your knowledge, which are not permitted, meaning don't have permits?
I would say that the SF landscaping is a G5 contracting use, which is not a permitted use under the AG1 zoning district. The FS materials is a building materials dealer, which is also not a use permitted under the AG1 zoning district. There's also, for years, been a tree trimming contracting business that apparently uses the property to store equipment and trucks. That is also a G5 contracting use that is not a use permitted in the AG1 zoning district.
Anything else you're aware of?
They advertise construction of swimming pools, again, in a G5 contracting use that is not a use permitted in the AG1 zoning district. There are sales of sheds, which again is not an agricultural use. It's not a product that's produced as an agricultural product on the site.
So let's just look at Exhibit T10 real quick, page 300. And can you tell us what these two screenshots are?
One is a screenshot of their advertisement for FS bulk materials. The other one is a screenshot for FS landscape contracting, swimming pool, and outdoor living specialists.
And those are two of the uses you just mentioned?
That's correct.
So let's look at T8 for a minute. And if you would, tell us what is represented on page 289, Exhibit T8 sub A.
That is an aerial photo from 2000. It's the DVR PC aerial photos. It shows the farm property in the year just after the 1999 preservation. It shows the existing farm buildings, as well as there's a dark outline which outlines that 4-acre curtilage area on the property.
And so on this diagram, to the north of the plan, so plan north going to the top of the page, there's what looks like vegetation. That's outside the curtilage?
That is outside of the curtilage. That's appears to be field crops that are growing there.
Okay, and then just orient us real quick on the next two. 8B, what's 8B?
Sorry, I keep doing that.
8B is an overall site plan. There's a box around the actual outline of the curtilage on the plan.
So is the actual curtilage the box or the unusual shape?
No, it's the irregular rectangular shape that's inside that box.
And then the next page, 293, Exhibit 8C, what's that?
That's just a blow up of that curtilage area.
And you were present for Mr. Josh Froelic's testimony, and he talked about some of the buildings within the curtilage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, those are substantially the buildings that are there, the existing farmhouse, the farm stand, the greenhouses, the barn, the repair shop, and the older Quonset hut.
And so, just
And a couple of silos.
So, just to further orient the hearing officer, right in the center is a building, right along York Road, what is it?
Right in the very center?
Yes.
That is the dwelling.
Okay. And then moving to the right toward the edge of the curtilage, can you tell what those buildings are?
Yeah, that's the farm stand, and there's several greenhouses there.
Now, let's look at the next exhibit, which is 8D. What's that?
That is a 2021 aerial photo, again with the 4-acre curtilage area in red.
And what's outside of the curtilage area?
Well, you can see that the expanded area for mulch and storage of materials has gone well beyond the actual curtilage area. Within that red circle is newer storage building, kind of one of those metal hoop buildings that was constructed without permits. To this day doesn't have a permit.
Have you actually been on site?
Yes.
How frequently over the last, let's say, 10 years?
Oh, probably in excess of 5 times in the last 10 years.
And so, what is your understanding of the conservation easement and the property owner's ability to place structures within the conserved area?
The ability to place structures within the conserved area, that's the area outside the curtilage, is for buildings that are strictly agricultural buildings used for the storage of agricultural products, agricultural equipment, and produce agricultural products that are produced on the farm.
And so, storage of materials for the landscaping or building uses would or would not?
That would not be an agricultural use.
And
Can you repeat that question and answer, please?
so,
I want to make sure I understand.
can we read it back?
Yeah, can you mind, Don? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I'm looking at the correct thing that you're referring to.
So the storage for the landscaping or building uses would not be an agricultural use.
Okay.
And you said no.
Yes, I got it. Thank you, Donna.
Would not be an agricultural use.
So, while we're on the subject of structures, you heard me ask Mr. Josh Froelich about the structures over in the event area. That's exhibit T11. So, tell me about T11 and start with page 306.
Okay, 306 is a aerial photograph of the area where the festivals are taking place. And on it, you can see several structures, and I've overlaid on that some directional arrows and square footage areas.
Okay, so go ahead and flesh that out. What are those square footage areas?
Okay, if you look to the left of center, you'll see a rectangular building. That's some sort of storage building that is located on the site of the festival area. It's approximately 200 square feet in area. If you look directly to the right of that is the giant slide that's been apparently permanently installed in the conservation easement area. To the right of the giant slide, that rectangular area with the 4 poles in the corners, is the stage. And the stage has an area of approximately 300 square feet. The areas are pertinent because of the requirement for stormwater that we'll probably touch on later. Then as you come down, there's two additional buildings, one of approximately 150 square feet in area and the other one of 370 square feet in area.
So these structures are within the conserved area, right?
That's correct.
And do you have an opinion whether that violates or does not violate the conservation easement?
Well, unless those buildings are strictly used for the storage of agricultural products, agricultural equipment, or agricultural produce, they would not be permitted in that curtilage area.
And you heard the testimony of Mr. Froelich, so do you have an opinion?
Well, my opinion is that that those buildings are not buildings that would be permanent buildings permitted in the conservation easement area, because in addition to being used for storage, they're used for purposes that are not agricultural production.
And what about stormwater management?
Well, even agricultural buildings, with the exception of the high tunnel type hoop houses, are required to meet the requirements for stormwater management.
And is there a application for you to evaluate stormwater management for these structures?
There would be an application required because the cumulative amount of impervious surface added is in excess of 500 square feet. They would be required to mitigate the stormwater from the additional impervious surface from these buildings. The stormwater permit would be issued in conjunction with the zoning permits that would be required for the agricultural structures or otherwise buildings for the commercial use there. So regardless of whether the area is a conservation easement or not, the placement of those structures requires a zoning permit and it requires a stormwater permit, neither of which we have.
Have you had conversations with representatives of SF4 regarding the lack of those permits and the need for those permits?
Not on these specific buildings. On the other building I discussed earlier, I did indicate the need for a permit for that. Originally, we thought, well, they're just putting those sheds there for the festivals, but as I go back and review the aerial photographs, they appear to be permanent structures. They've not moved since they've been put there.
And the photographs that follow the Exhibit 11B to the end, are these photographs that came from your property file?
These are photographs I actually took several weeks ago from York Road. The first photograph, page 308, is what they refer to as the giant slide. The second photograph, 309, is the structure that's constructed in the vicinity of the giant slide. 310 is the stage area.
With lighting?
With the lighting strings and the light fixtures on top of the poles. And 311 is the other two storage buildings that we called out on the photograph.
As an aside, Mr. Lyons had asked Mr. Furlock about Bountiful Acres and an A10 use. You know anything about that?
Yes, there was a hearing for a 10 agricultural use for their fall festival there.
When did it take place?
It took place during the month of October.
The conditional use hearing?
The conditional use hearing was after their festival this year because we sent them a notice of violation and told them they needed to apply for an A10 permit for the festivals that they were holding.
So are you able to distinguish the Bountiful Acres property from the Furlock property?
Yes, the major distinction is that the Bountiful Acres property is not under an agricultural conservation easement.
And how about number of uses, type of use of the overall property, Bountiful Acres versus the Furlock property?
Bountiful Acres is it's a nursery, and they have an A7 accessory agricultural retail stand there.
Just to kind of round things out, exhibits T1 through T4 are court orders, opinions, and an appeal paper with other pleadings from 2022 through October of 2024.
Yes.
Are you familiar with these documents, generally speaking?
Yes.
Were you involved in any capacity in any of those proceedings?
Yes, I was involved in all of those court proceedings.
And in general terms, what was being disputed?
What was being disputed was the operation of a commercial solid waste facility on an agricultural conservation easement property, as well as the festivals that were being held that had characteristics outside those allowed on an agricultural conservation easement property.
And so, let's focus on the festivals for a minute. What do you mean by that?
Well, in addition to a traditional farm festival that is basically set up to sell the products from the farm, the pumpkin picking, for a nursery, sale of Christmas trees, that sort of thing. In addition, we have commercial amusements that are brought onto the site, bouncy houses, giant slides. We have commercial vendors selling products and food that are not products of the farm. They're brought in from off the farm. We have alcohol vendors being brought into the farm. None of those vendors are basically selling produce that's grown on the farm.
So, just to use an arbitrary date, from, say, 2022 to the present, have you, as part of the Buckingham Township Code Enforcement Department, notified the principals of SF4 about violations, needs for permits, and conditional use approval?
Yes, which is the reason we ended up in court.
So, I'm going to let the court pleadings speak for themselves, but are you familiar with T6, the previous conditional use application?
Yes.
So, do you know why the application was filed and then pulled?
I do not know why the application was withdrawn after they started the proceedings, although it was withdrawn shortly after the Fall Festival concluded.
So filed before the Fall Festival, withdrawn
After the event was concluded.
without a disposition on the conditional use request.
That's correct.
And then they had the Easter Festival in the spring.
Yes.
Exhibit T9. Can you tell me what T9 is?
T9 on page 297 is just my handwritten notations. I went back through and reviewed the periodic aerial photographs that are available to us through both Google Earth and the county GIS website. We also have a GIS program in the township that we use that provide aerial photos. And what I did is I went back through the aerial photos to determine when those structures that we previously talked about were first added to the festival site. The giant slide apparently somewhere in the neighborhood of 2016, the stage and lights 2020, the three buildings appeared 2019, fire pits 2016.
So those are the structures that were constructed without permits.
Constructed or placed without permits, yes.
And the uses you list are the uses you testified to earlier?
Yes.
And then what's the second page? Page 298?
That was a timeline that I produced in-house just to kind of put some of the items in perspective about when issues were raised and when actions were taken.
So how would you characterize the interaction between Frolic Farms and Buckingham Township zoning officer over the last decade vis-a-vis this timeline?
Well, unfortunately, our interactions are pretty much something happens and we call to their attention the fact that they need a permit or it's something that's not permitted under the agricultural conservation easement.
And during the court proceedings over the past few years, would it be fair to say that Josh Froelich was not the witness for Frolic Farms?
That is correct. This is the first proceeding that I've attended where he has been a witness for the farm.
And Mr. Josh Froelich basically testified that Frolic Farms wants to work with the township and leave the past behind you, behind them. What, given your experience with Frolic Farms over the past decade, how much confidence do you have in a representation by them that they will comply with the ordinance?
Well, my experience has been that that does not happen.
The standards in the zoning ordinance for conditional uses have both specific and general. So the specific, have you ever seen a traffic control plan approved by the township for festivals at Frolic Farms?
I have not.
And do you consider the lighting on the stage permanent or not permanent?
It's been there for some time.
Have they ever in the past obtained a permit for the seasonal festivals?
No.
Do you believe, given the uses that are on the property, both permitted and not permitted, that this property is suitable for the A10 use being requested?
I don't believe it's suitable because of the existing violations of the zoning ordinance with regard to uses that are occurring on the property.
And so, what would your answer be to whether they're in conformance with all applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance and all township ordinances?
I would not agree with that statement.
And have you seen a traffic impact study for the potential festival uses?
I have not.
It's, those are all the questions I have for Mr. Myers and Direct.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. Cross? Yes. Rich, you're aware under the conservation easement there are biannual inspections that are performed?
Yes, I am.
Do you participate in those biannual inspections?
I do not participate in the county inspections now.
Are you aware that there are reports that are issued for the biannual inspections?
I am aware of that.
And in any of those reports, have you reviewed those reports?
I have.
In any of those reports, did it say that seasonal festivals were in violation of the conservation easement?
It did not say that.
You testified to uses that are not permitted on the property that are currently operating there, is that right?
That's correct.
In your time as zoning officer since 2006, I believe you said it was?
Yes.
Have you ever issued a zoning violation notice to the property about any of those uses that you now say are not permitted?
I have correspondence going back to probably 2012, 2013, somewhere in that order, advising them that I felt that there were operations, in particular the solid waste processing facility, that were not permitted operations under either the conservation easement or the zoning ordinance.
When you say 2012, you mean 2012?
2012, 2013, going back to the point in time where we cited them for dumping solid waste on the property, which is commercial construction debris on the property, which is also not a use permitted under the conservation easement or the zoning ordinance for properties in the AG1 district.
You testified to I think you called it SF bulk, but I think it's FS bulk, operating there as a G5 contracting use, I believe you're
No,
testifying.
that's a G1. Let's see here.
You said something as a G1 and a G5?
That is a G1 use, which is falls under manufacturing. Manufacturing including the production, processing, cleaning, testing, publishing plants, and distribution of materials, goods, foodstuffs, and other products. Processing on farms is not considered manufacturing where the raw material is produced on the farm.
And I believe you testified to a G5 use. Is that
G-
right? Or no, did you mean G1?
No, G5 is the contracting use for the swimming pool, FS landscaping, the tree trimming service that Arbor Tech Tree Trimming, whose trucks have been there for years.
And did you ever issue a zoning violation notice about the alleged G1 or G5 uses?
We've not issued specific zoning violations because we've been engaged in trying to bring them into compliance with the conservation easement requirements. You can only put out so many fires at one time.
Right, but you just testified that in all those biannual inspections,
I
guess that
can't
was
speak
with
for the
respect-
county's inspections because I didn't do the county's inspections. I can speak from my personal observation of what I've observed on the
But
site.
you understand that the purpose behind those biannual inspections is to ensure compliance with the conservation easement. I understand, right, is that correct?
That would be the goal of the county's biannual inspections under their procedures.
You testified to some buildings on the property that didn't get zoning permits, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you ever issue a zoning violation notice about any of those buildings not having zoning permits?
As I mentioned before, we're putting out the major fire before we put out the campfire.
Well, how long has that campfire been going on? That you,
A decade.
so in 10 years, you haven't provided a
In 10 years,
zoning,
Let him finish the question,
Sorry.
please. That's all right.
so in at least 10 years, according to your testimony, there's been these issues, but you haven't issued a zoning enforcement notice, but are now testifying about these violations for the first time with these specific uses in this conditional use application.
Object to the characterization. There's extensive testimony in the civil actions, which I trust does discuss this issue. Not certain, but object to the characterization.
over the years, there
Hold
are
on.
numerous
Hold
documents.
Hold on.
I can just,
Can you just rephrase it?
sure. Have you ever told Froelich or anyone from Froelich that they are in violation of the zoning ordinance for a G1 manufacturing or G5 contracting use?
Yes.
When?
There is a letter that I sent to them back around, let's see, the time period was, I believe it was the 2/14, when they were hauling construction waste. In addition to the hauling the construction waste in, I pointed out to them that they were in violation of the zoning ordinance by operating a solid waste processing facility.
Right, that's the solid waste processing, and at that time, that 2014 violation and was concerning dumping of concrete material?
No, that was, I noted that in addition to the violation for dumping the construction material. The dumping of construction material was a separate issue from the actual zoning violations that are occurring on the property.
So it's your testimony that in about 2014, you had told them that they were operating a G1 and a G5 in violation of the zoning ordinance?
I mentioned that in a letter that we wrote to them around that time period. If you'd like, I can take time and find that letter for you.
I think the point is, Mr. Myers, that so that's 10 years ago, and no zoning violation notice was issued, right?
No, I think the point is we are
I
continually
asked-
chasing
Hold
violations,
on.
and we
I
can't
asked the
do
question.
10 of them at a time.
I don't want to devolve into argument. Just answer the question that he's asking, please.
Did I issue a formal notice of violation for those particular ones? No. I did mention those violations in letters more than once.
You testified, like Mr. Panzer asked you whether you believe the property was suitable for the festivals, and you testified no, right?
That's correct.
You've been the zoning officer since 2006, is that right?
That's correct.
And these festivals have been going on since before 2006, right?
Objection to these festivals, the,
Seasonal festivals.
again, the court found that these have grown in size and scope, and it's a continuum. They're not a non-conforming use. I ask that you rephrase the question.
Well, he's not, I don't think he said that they're non-conforming, did you?
That was part of the underlying defense to the injunction, but I'll rephrase.
The question of whether something occurred, in other words, festivals, and whether or not the occurrence of those events qualify as non-conforming use is a legal question, right? To be a non-conforming use, it has to be legally non-conforming, right?
Yes.
Your position is that they're not legally non-conforming, but he's allowed to ask about events that occurred in the past, whether they're, I'm not going to decide whether they're non-conforming or not.
So the question is vague and ambiguous because the nature of the festivals has changed over time. And they're all different. I think Mr. Froelich testified to that.
Isn't that for the witness to say?
Well, I think Mr. Froelich did say that, so I object to the question as ambiguous.
Well, if the witness doesn't understand the question, he can say, I don't understand the question. So I'm going to overrule the objection and let you follow that line. Go ahead.
Well, I think there's a question pending.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Why don't you repeat it? If you can remember.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think I can come to this. So, yeah, you were the zoning officer. You testified that the property is not suitable for the festival use. 2006, you were the zoning officer. You've been the zoning officer since. And you understand that they've been having festivals at the property since before 2006, in some capacity.
Not in my personal observance. And
You-
they have not put anything into evidence that confirms that they had festivals. I can guarantee you they didn't have bouncy houses, they didn't have beer trucks, they didn't have food vendor trucks. And going back to the time before the conservation easement, when the farm was still being operated by Sonny, Trudy, and Sarah, I can tell you that they didn't have huge festivals at the farm. The pumpkin sales were probably several hundred pumpkins piled out by the roadside stand, and lots of people came to buy pumpkins there. They didn't have pumpkin festivals out in the field. So the events that you're speaking of, the ones that are occurring now, bear no resemblance to anything that happened on the farm going back that far.
So you remember all that, but you don't remember them having festivals in 2006 and...
No, I don't remember huge festivals in 2006. The first aerial photos that show any kind of evidence of corn maze or anything else go back to about 2011.
Right, and let's go to that. I think it was exhibit number 297, which is, base stamp 297. Exhibit
T9?
T9. It says Festival 2011 up top. What does that mean to you?
That was the first time that by looking at the aerial photos, I could see any evidence of any kind of festivals being held in that festival area.
Okay. So at least since 2011, you're aware of festivals in that event area.
And keep in mind that if all they did was have people come out to the farm, park their cars in the field, and pick pumpkins, we don't even consider that a festival. When you add all the other extraneous events and vendors to it, that's a different animal. when the farm next door here has their fall pumpkin festival, people come out and they buy pumpkins, and they buy corn stalks, and they buy gourds. There are not 10 food trucks there. There's not a bouncy house there. It's a completely legitimate pumpkin picking event, and that particular property owner provided us with actual documentation with every item they sold at their festival, as opposed to the kind of documentation that we get in this instance. So yes, there are events held on other farms, but those events on other farms meet the requirements of the agricultural conservation easement. There are no permanent structures remaining from that pumpkin picking event this fall. They had some pop-up tents and vehicles parked there. They're gone. The land that that festival was held on will be farmed again next year like it was this year. In the case of the Frolic Farm, there are permanent structures there. There's a giant slide. There's a stage area. All of those structures remain, so that area has been taken out of agricultural production.
Okay, so since 2011, you've been aware of these festivals, right? That was my
I've been
original
aware
question when
of
you went on
some
for a while.
activity since 2011, but again, the amount of activity...
Hold on, you have to let him finish, Mr.
The
Meyer.
amount of activity continues to get more intense, and that's the issue here.
I'm asking you, you wrote a note, Festival-2011. You testified that that's when there was some evidence of festivals in the event area. That's your testimony, right?
That's correct.
All right. So since 2011, until the underlying injunction, there were no issues with festivals.
Objection.
Well, you didn't issue any zoning enforcement notices with respect to festivals, right?
Not until the initial ones that we issued.
Right, so...
But, again,
Well-
there's a cumulative impact. It keeps getting more. If all they did was have people out picking pumpkins and buying corn stalks, and there wouldn't be an issue with this. That's clearly an agricultural operation that's permitted. But what I'm saying is, the festivals, as we call them festivals, continue to grow in intensity, and that's the issue.
Your testimony was that the property was not suitable for the festivals. The festival's been going on since 2011, according to your own notes, and you never issued a zoning enforcement notice since 2011. So, my question to you is, how is it not suitable?
How is it not suitable? Because of the existing zoning violations on the property. The general concept is if you have a property with outstanding zoning violations, you don't issue new zoning permits until those zoning violations are addressed.
But you never issued a zoning violation notice to them about those, right?
If we didn't issue a notice, why are we in court? Yes, we took several of those festivals to court because we filed notices of violations and they didn't respond or cancel the events, so we ended up in court.
Until, yes, in 2023, or whenever it was the first time, right?
No, going back to the Rebel race in 2013, I think it was. We had to go to court to stop that one. And then there was the Red, White, and Blueberries Festival that we went to court to stop.
That one.
So we have a history going back to 2013 of challenging these events on the farm because they're not agricultural events. They're outside the scope of what they're permitted to do there.
That was, right, and that was the township position for the Rebel race, you called it, and the Blueberries Festival.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Which is different than the Fall Festival, the Spring Festival, and the Winter Festival, right?
Exactly my point. It keeps morphing into a different type of event. When will we return to simply bringing people to the farm to pick pumpkins, to buy corn stalks, to buy gourds that are grown on the farm. That's clearly something that's permitted under the zoning ordinance. It's permitted under the agricultural conservation easement. Food trucks, wine vendors, all of that is not agriculture.
Right. And that is, I understand that to be your position. You heard the testimony of Mr. Froelich tonight, right? No more food trucks, no more wine, no more beer. Those things you're talking about are not in this proposal,
Okay.
right? Right?
They're not in this proposal.
You testified to a traffic impact study that you haven't seen for Froelich Farms, is that right?
That's correct.
Did Bountiful Acres provide a traffic impact study?
I didn't attend that hearing, so I don't know if they did or not.
You're the zoning officer, right?
Right.
So would you know?
I don't know that they presented a traffic impact study because the event had already been held. When they come to do the event next year, because they now have the A10 use, they will have to submit the traffic plan with their application for a permit to hold the festivals.
So it's, okay, so it's your testimony that that's not needed until you apply for the specific event, right?
You asked me if I'd seen a traffic plan for this. I have not.
Well, I think your testimony just was that when they come
Is
back.
there, is there a traffic plan submitted with this current application?
I'm asking you the questions, Mr.
So Mr. Myers, just answer the question that he asks of you. And if you don't understand what he's asking, you ask him to rephrase it.
You want me to say it again?
Yeah.
Okay. Your testimony just was that when they come back for their event next year, or whatever their next event is for Bountiful Acres, you anticipate there being a traffic impact study with that application?
That's correct.
So it's your testimony that that's not needed until you actually apply for a specific event?
That's right. It wouldn't be needed to apply until you apply for a specific event. But you asked me if I've seen one, and the answer is no, I have not.
Okay. So it's not a violation of the zoning ordinance to not have one at this stage, right?
Not at this stage unless we're having an event.
One moment, please.
Take your time.
I have nothing further, Mr. Myers.
May I ask a few questions?
Certainly.
I want to make sure I clearly understand your position as it relates to the structures that are in the event area.
Yes.
Is it your testimony that the existence of those structures in the event area, because they're permanently affixed, violate the terms of the conservation easement?
If they're not strictly used for agricultural purposes. And again, we've heard testimony, oh, when we have the festivals, they're ticket booths and we sell food out of them. That takes it out of being an agricultural structure. An agricultural structure is strictly for the use of storing agricultural equipment, agricultural products, or livestock.
If the events were permitted by the issuance of a conditional use, and those structures were used for agricultural purposes, and then when the events occurred, they were used for the events, would that violate the conservation easement?
The conservation easement says only structures that are strictly for the use of agricultural production.
Doesn't the conservation easement also reference the approval of rural enterprises? You're familiar with that term?
Yes, yes.
And that allows things like these kinds of events.
Certainly.
And they're approved by the county and the state according to some publications that the state puts out, correct?
Yes, although the rural agricultural enterprises, again, don't include things like food trucks, bouncy
Yeah,
houses.
I don't want
giant
you
slides.
to, I don't want you to opine on those
Yeah.
regulations necessarily. What I'm getting at though is that if the use were permitted under the rural enterprise and it had parameters to it and restrictions to it, would those structures be allowed to remain there permanently if they were used in conjunction with agricultural activities and then when events occur, used as a part of the rural enterprise?
Well, I mean, are we talking, again, the stage? There's absolutely no agricultural purpose for that. But again, the buildings have been placed there specifically for use for the events. Those buildings were not there before the events started to occur there. And when they initially showed up, I thought, oh, because they sell sheds out in the front, I thought, well, they've just brought one over to use for the event and they're going to remove it. It has not been removed. Again, they could also accomplish the same purpose for the event by using pop-up tents or movable equipment that gets removed from the site. Effectively, they've taken that festival area out of the area of land that can be used for agricultural purposes because you can't plow the fire pits, you can't cultivate the area where the stage or the giant slide is. So effectively, they've taken areas that are protected under the agricultural conservation easement and taken them out of areas that can be used for production of agricultural products.
Again, I want to clarify, you mentioned that the property is not suitable, and you mentioned the G1 and the G5 uses. If those uses were eliminated, would it still be your opinion that the property is not suitable?
If the uses that violate the current zoning and conservation easement were removed, it would be suitable for a farm festival because they're not current outstanding violations.
So the plan that they submitted that shows the ingress and egress, the location, the setbacks, all of those things, in your opinion, comply otherwise with the ordinance?
Yeah, with some minor questions as to, for instance, that secondary exit, whether that's actually a legal entrance onto York Road, because there's a question about whether there's a highway occupancy permit for that entrance.
Okay, but otherwise, the operations as proposed?
Otherwise, the operations as proposed, without all the other ancillary type vendors there, would be amenable to an A10 agricultural accessory use.
And if the county or the ag board approved a rural enterprise with specific details, and they were satisfied with the use, for example, of structures, of portions of the property, and the type of events, that would satisfy your concerns about the violations of the conservation easement, correct?
Yes, as long as they meet the rural enterprise requirements.
The primary uses on the property, the A1, the A7, and the A8. The A1 is general farming, the A7 is the retail sales, and the A8 is the dwelling in combination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Those are all legally permitted and allowed to exist?
Yes, and with the caveat that the agricultural retail, again, must be selling at least 50% of the product line there must be produced on the farm, 50% of the sales.
And
So with that caveat, yes, the A7 use is permitted.
So long as the applicant complied with the regulations associated with A1, A7, and A8, there would be no issue with any violations regarding those uses.
That's correct.
All right. Those are all the questions that I have. Thank you, Mr. Myers. Any redirect?
Yeah, just a couple. So, Mr. Myers, I've shown you portions of the zoning ordinance, section 3500, conditional uses, and would I be accurate in saying that traffic impact study is part of the general conditions for a conditional use?
That's correct, yeah.
And traffic control plan to be approved is part of the specific E10 use. Is that correct?
Yes.
The hearing officer asked you about the legally permitted and the non-legally permitted and suitability for the property. What is the overarching, if there is one, element of the property that makes it not suitable at present?
The current violations of both the conservation easement and the zoning ordinance provisions with respect to uses occurring on the property.
That's all I have. Thank you. Any follow-up, Mr. Lyons?
No, I think it would just be redundant.
Okay. I have no other questions. Any other witnesses?
No.
All right. Your exhibits, T1 through T12, 13 we made it up to, correct?
Yes.
Remind me of T12, hold on. I know I have it, here it is. That's the advertisement, okay. T1 through T13, any objection to these documents, Mr. Lyons?
I'm just looking through them again.
Take your
Did we
time.
touch upon all of them, Tom?
We did.
Any? Okay. I'm gonna ask anyway.
One.
I'm gonna ask, just to put it on the record. Hopefully, relevant.
I'll object to the court documents. We're here for a conditional use application from this point forward. I don't understand the relevance behind all of those. Court documents that are of record somewhere else, anyway.
I think they're relevant based upon Mr. Panzer's representation and his argument. I have not read them, obviously. They've just been provided tonight. As you know, relevance is a pretty broad topic. I'm going to allow them, and as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to give you the opportunity, to respond to the motion. And if there are any court documents affiliated with the same issue that you would like to present, I'll give you the opportunity to present them, and Mr. Panzer can have the opportunity to object. But I'm going to allow them because I think they're going to be helpful for his motion as well as addressing that motion and any decision I have to write. And I'd rather have them than not have them. So as I say, if you want to submit something, I will certainly give you that opportunity. So I'm going to allow that. Any other objections to anything else, T1 through T13?
No, but I do have, I guess, somewhat of a housekeeping question on that point.
So let's get the exhibits in first. So there's no other objections, so T1 through T13 will be admitted. Okay, now, housekeeping on your response to the motion?
Yes. I guess onto that point, would I be able to present exhibits that I don't have here today in my, because I haven't even read the motion, I don't know.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is give him an opportunity to respond to the motion. If you want to attach exhibits, you can attach exhibits that relate to the question of the motion, right? Do you intend to present exhibits that relate to the substance of this case? Because I'm not going to accept Those we have to have now.
No.
Okay.
That's all.
So the exhibits would be relative to the court case. So they would be motions
To the
or
motion. Responsive to the motion.
responsive to the motion.
So is the evidentiary record remaining open?
It's going to have to, because if he's going to submit exhibits potentially, then the record remains open, yeah.
Given the history, I'd just like to make it crystal clear when a decision needs to be made, and I'd like an opportunity to respond.
So
Mr.
let's do
Lyons.
this. So let's do this. Can we get a date that we'll continue this hearing to for the purposes of receiving or arguing on any additional evidence or responses to the motion? And that way the record remains open and my decision won't be due as of the date of tonight, but the date as to when the record closes at that subsequent hearing.
So the 45 days runs from the date the
And that-
record closes
Yes.
subsequent.
Yeah, it's not going to start tonight. If I'm receiving potentially additional evidence and questions on the motion, I want the record to be open.
I agree, I just don't want to be stuck in the position of, again, responding to an assertion that there's a deemed approval because there's no further evidence being offered. So as long as
Well-
Mr. Lyons agrees on the record that that's the case, then
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do council agree? This is for your purpose. This is to give you the chance to respond to the motion. Do you agree that we continue the case, or the case continues to the next available hearing date?
I agree with that. I'm not waiving any of the rights that I asserted before in that letter previously. As to Mr. Panzer's question about asserting deemed approval from this time, like again, I guess, a second time, no, I'm agreeing to that, for this hearing to, that.
This
began-
record, this hearing is still open. You're agreeing to that the hearing is still open. It's being continued to the
Yes.
next date, which we'll get here in a second. You're not waiving your right to allege that the hearing that we conducted tonight is outside of the time period required under the MPC, correct?
Correct.
Is that sufficient?
he can allege whatever he wants. I mean,
Yeah. The record is not closed. This hearing is not over. My duty to issue a decision has not begun yet. The time clock has not started. Okay? And you all agree to that.
that would be my position, yes.
And that's your position.
I agree to that.
Okay. All right. Let's try to get a date and then we can work backwards from that as to when you can respond.
The township meetings are the fourth Wednesday of the month. So that the next board meeting is April 23rd. And then May 28th. June 25th, and so on.
I can do April 23rd.
I'm good to April 23rd. Are you?
I believe so, if you give me one moment. And another, yeah, I'm good on that.
Okay.
I believe the controllers are good on that.
So we're going to reconvene on the 23rd. Today is the 26th. How long do you need to respond? Do you need 2 weeks from tonight? And then a week for you to rebut?
Sounds fine.
Does that work? All right, so let's put the specific dates down. 2 weeks from tonight is the 9th. So you'll send to me by email and copying Mr. Panzer your response to the motion with any supporting exhibits relative to that motion, okay? Mr. Panzer will have until the 16th to respond, April 16th, to respond to that, and we'll leave it at that, okay?
Yes.
Does that work for everybody?
Can you repeat my date again with
Yep.
that?
4/9
Okay.
for your response to the motion, and 4/16 for any rebuttal
All right.
from the township.
Can I ask a housekeeping question again?
Of course.
Is it your understanding that this next hearing date on April 23rd will be solely for the motion?
Solely to receive any additional evidence that might be included in your motion. So what we're going to do is we're going to receive the purpose of keeping the record open is that you want to submit new exhibits.
I don't know. I haven't
Right.
seen it.
If you don't, we'll come to the hearing on the 23rd and we'll announce that the record's closed and we'll start the clock if there's no additional exhibits. If you intend to introduce additional exhibits, we'll have a discussion about whether those exhibits are entered into the record or not. And that may be a 5-minute discussion and we'll be on our way, then we'll close the record. My intention is not to receive any more testimony, and my intention is not to decide the motion at that time.
Right.
Okay? The sole purpose is that, and Mr. Panzer brought this up and it's a good point, is that if you're going to submit additional evidence, potentially, again, you're not obligated to, we need to keep the record open for that purpose. All right, is everyone clear?
Crystal.
Fine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then let me ask, there's some people in the audience, does anybody want to make any public comment about this in favor or against the application? Seeing no one, we will adjourn until April 23rd at 7 p.m.
Sure.
7 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
So I should have asked on the record, but you're going to get a copy of the transcript from the first hearing?
I assume so. Yeah.
You might have to request it, but it should be part of the record.
Yes. I'm going to request it.
No, good coverage.
Okay.
You remember.
Yep, we are back in session.
I didn't do this.
We're back in session in our meeting.
Back in
And
session.
what's left is number 12, additional business manager items. So I'm going to move that we authorize the staff to advertise the 2025 Buckingham Township Road Improvement Project bid. And that would be Hunt Drive, Cooks Lane, Davis Drive, Ritchie Drive, Pierce Lane, Redfield Road, Herbst Drive, Mead Drive, Usley Drive, Alley Drive, Grundy Way, Mitchner Road. Alternative 1, Landisville Road from Burnhouse Hill to Mitchner Drive. Alternative 2, Hollycong from Mountain Hollow Road, railroad tracks to Mountain Top West. So that is that. No Lower Mountain.
Those are all the streets in Cold Spring.
Cold Spring Hut.
Yep. Okay.
Wait.
So, I need a second.
Second.
Questions, comments?
Yes. Is this the road list for the repaving, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought Tower View was on for this year.
Apparently not. I just read it.
He was going to put that as an alternate, but I can check. Yeah, so it's not on your thing? I know.
No. Well, it's not in the binder, in
What?
It's
the
on numbers.
thing.
Is that what he's bid?
It was, it may be because well, he's not, it's authorizing him to go out to bid, so we
Right.
can have him
Okay.
review Tower View again.
Okay, what's alternate again, by the way?
You get prices for your roads. Typically, if you have a little bit, like you get a good price for the ones you want for your base bid, you
Okay.
can do the alternates in the budget.
Does the alternates typically make it in? I don't remember.
This depends on the price
Really
of
gonna
the
depend
stuff.
on how
of
much, if they come in high, then you're probably not gonna be able to
Then,
get your
yeah.
alternates.
Yep. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, number B. I move that we accept the Roadmaster's recommendations for the Highway Materials Joint Bid Award through the Bucks County Consortium. Second.
Second.
There's no one to ask questions, so all in favor? Aye. I move that we consider approving the license and right of entry for our owner assisted with tree and native meadow planting between the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, acting through the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and Buckingham Township for a property located at 2495 Quarry Road, tax map parcels 06, 010, 265, which is Hollycomb Park. Give me a second and I'll tell you what it is.
Second.
Okay, it's about the section in the park when you drive in off of Quarry Road. We've got a grant to do a meadow there. And that's
This is to the farm field or the area
When
that,
you come
Right
in,
to the right.
right to
It's
the
to the
right.
right,
Okay.
yeah. And they take care of it for a year, so we don't have
Thank
to
you.
do any maintenance for a year. So, second,
Second.
questions, comments, I commented, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's see. I move that we approve the amendment to the grant of agricultural conservation easement permitting relocation of approved building envelope 36.2205 acre property located on the corner of Swamp and Smith Roads, and it is tax map parcel 06022019. And this is, where's their name?
this is the Wong?
It's the Wong, yes, the Wongs.
Long property.
And honestly, the building up, give me a second. Second.
Second. Sorry.
I
I thought you meant give me a second.
Yeah.
I did too, Paul.
I'm sorry.
That's why I waited. I was like,
Waiting for a second.
Yeah, I was like, is there a problem with that? Anyway, just for the recording, where that the 2 acre building envelope is being moved to is going to be great. Off of Swamp Road.
It's as far back as we
You're
can
going to
go.
just see farm fields. It's just going to be great. So, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Give me a second. Okay, I think that's it.
That's it.
That's
Okay,
it.
is that for the Wongs?
That was the
Yes,
one,
that's
yeah.
the Longs.
So I'm going to make a motion that we close the March 26th supervisor meeting.
I don't know if I want to second that. I want to stay longer. Second.
Okay, all in favor? Bye. Okay.